Welcome, everybody. We are live here once again, co-run back here at the lab, Coach, as we are at Glenn Martin Hammond's office here. If you're looking for a lawyer that will get you the judgment you're looking for and the outcome you deserve, Glenn Martin Hammond. If you're in it for the win, call Glenn, Coach. Kevin Keathley, Darryl McCoy, producer KJ on the boards.
Darryl McCoy, this is the place to be, right? That's what they say. D&D Sports Network, the grind session. We got you covered. Wall to wall. We've been away for a couple of weeks, ladies and gentlemen, but guess what? As Darryl McCoy's mentioned to you guys for the last couple of years, Glenn Martin Hammond, listen, built this studio just for the D&D Sports Network by hand. That's the type of guy he is.
It is. Listen, he was laying the bricks. He was putting the masonry work, drywalling. I mean, couldn't thank Glenn enough for this beautiful studio that he built us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so as we're sitting here, we got producer KJ taking the maestro's place on the boards, and then tonight, you guys, this is what you wait for all year long, as we will have the D&D Mountain Showcase draft.
Yep.
Coach, this year we had to change things up a little bit and change it over to the Mountain Showcase and change the whole format that way that it fits what a showcase is so West Virginia kids can play. And we couldn't be thankful enough because we have a lot of opportunities coming out of this game. People watching, AAU programs watching, trying to pick up kids. We got 6 schools on the boys' side that's committed, 3 on the girls that has committed to being in the house, and then we got a plethora of other that's going to be watching online. So a lot of opportunities.
Darryl, with the D&D Sports Network Brain Trust got together and said, let's think about it, let's scheme about it, let's figure out how we can get West Virginia over here. And because Darryl's talked about it for 7-8 years now. It's about the entire coverage area. It's about including everybody, all inclusive. Well, guess what? Showcase gets that done in a big time way. Now you're going to get to see West Virginia and Kentucky hooking it up.
Yeah, and hopefully one day, and listen, want to thank them for allowing the kids over there to compete in a showcase. We covered a showcase last week where we had the best of Southern West Virginia in it, in Williamson there. But I'm very excited because, when you take a look, at the talent, and listen, right now we still got probably 25 kids that are waiting to whether they're coming or not. Yeah. So tonight when we draft, we're going to draft 95% of these are kids that's already committed, that's written down, and that's coming. And then we got other kids like we may have some big dogs coming in from Huntington Prep. Then we got some other big dogs from around the coverage area that are still trying to change some things up to be here. So, I'm excited to see how teams pan out. But you got to remember when you're drafting, Coach, to remember that there's still, them 25 players will go through each class, but so do you want that last pick? Do you want to leave it coming in, or a lot goes into it?
That's what I was going to ask you, Darryl McCoy, and fans. I talked to even a couple of people this afternoon that are big dogs, Darryl McCoy, in our area, and it could go either way at the last second whether they're here. That's what my question to you with the draft. If they're not, we don't know, right? Well, they could be, they might not be. How does that draft work?
Just like last year, when you leave your last pick, whoever has the pick after that will get the first option to the kids that don't come.
To the kids that don't come. So we're going to have a set aside group.
They'll be. What we'll do is whenever they commit, that's the
first
kid.
one.
Yeah, that's the first kid that commits will get on whoever's pick it is. And then the next kid will get on the other team, and it'll go from there.
Right.
So,
but the kids that are we know's in, locked in.
Yeah.
They're the one.
We got the best of the best. Wait till you see this middle school roster. It's crazy.
Right.
And then now, producer KJ, David and Coach, I swept them one year. I think
last year, bro.
Yeah. Last year, What was
I think we got one. Did we win by one?
No, I think y'all tied. I think we tied. I think I was up, and then y'all come back. No, y'all was up, and then we ran off the last few that come back and tied it. I think.
It was either tie or we won by one.
Yeah, I don't know, but the year before I know I swept you. So I do know that. But we'll see. You know, we got David tuning in. We got the Maestro tuning in. They're going to every now and then pitch in who they think that we should take. So guys, it's going to be an exciting show. But why not start with the news out of Lexington, Coach? And I wanted to talk to you. Now, I seen on Twitter where you come out in a show of support for Calipari. I wanted to get your thoughts on how can you defend Coach Cal after these last few years?
Defend in terms
like why would you want him back is what I would say.
Well, my thing is, Darryl McCoy, when you talk about Coach Calipari, and you've never debated this, Thomas Rainey, not a big fan of Calipari, but you've been in agreement with this. One of the elite coaches, when we talk about the entire package, there can be a debate from you or others whether or not he is a John Wooden or an Adolph Rupp in terms of X's and O's. But in terms of entire package, Hall of Famer, branding globally, what he does for the Kentucky program and how he has represented himself, I'm a firm, staunch supporter of Coach Calipari as the man and as the coach.
Well, one of the biggest reasons that at the end, not only the wins and losses, that's besides it, but one of the reasons that I turned to the other side was the way that he treated people around him and the way that he thought that Kentuckians was beneath him, to a point. And I know he loves the state, no question that. But at the end of the day, when you're losing and then you think that you don't owe people, the courtesy that stands there for hours to go talk at a press conference, or when you take a look at everything he did his last couple years, and then you find out. Now, I know you didn't know this part whenever you was tweeting, but then you find out that he's been talking to Ohio State since February. Then you go back 2 years ago. It was tracked back. He was talking. Yeah, you see. Well, no, somebody after that, but. When you take a look, it was clear now that you look back that he never was bought in these last 4 years. He's been trying to get out of town, and we know how that feels. But he's been trying to get out of town as quick as he could, and it showed on the on the product that we've seen on the floor.
Well, Darryl, and listen, I believe it or not, talk to coaches in a coach community. KJ, you hear things and you hate to even bring them up, and I'm trying.
Texas is who he's talking to.
Yeah, I'm going to try not to bring up anything that is hearsay that you hear from other people over the years. And me and you've talked about that even on air a couple times. Things that I may hear, Darryl. It's tough when you're being handicapped by the administration and by alumni that might have too much power within the athletic program. And that began 2, 3, 4 years ago. You know how it is, Darryl, and we say this all the time. Too many times, even on the high school level, the biggest problem is parents. They're too, they believe that little Johnny's this, little Johnny that, or because I'm the booster president, blah, blah, blah. Well, on the college level, it's the boosters, it's the alumni that has money. And Darryl, for the last 2 or 3 years, and imagine if you're Coach Cal, you ask for an upgrade of the facilities, which is not even top 10 in the country anymore, and you're being refused, you're being handicapped. There's money people behind the scenes that is holding the program hostage, and maybe the athletic director and the administration is too caught up with them instead of caught up with the program and what they're doing and what they want than what the coach wants. So if you're Coach Calipari, Darryl McCoy, you're getting out of town as fast as you can. Would you blame Coach Calipari for going to Arkansas? That's the question. Would you blame him, knowing what was going on behind the scenes with certain people?
But this started because of the way that Cal treats people. If you're going to go ask the Crafts for $4 or $5 million, then you better have a cookout after the NCAA tournament, or you better invite them in saying, hey, listen, 2025 kids coming up, Jasper Johnson, come over here and meet Mr. Kraft. You've got to pet them egos. And Calipari got to where he just got too big for his britches, coach, and he would not engage with the people around Lexington. That was the determining factor that ended up doing him in.
Well, I agree, I agree with the fact that he started isolating himself the last 2 years. That's a known fact behind the scenes. He isolated himself, and he wasn't as apt as he once was. He was as good a politician as they are in the college game at massaging egos. That's an important part that you brought up, Darryl. I agree with that. KJ, you got to massage egos, and you got to keep certain people happy. But when it becomes a detriment to players, and you're asking the coach as if these kids are your pawns to do what you want, Darryl McCoy, then that becomes a different issue. And as a basketball coach, you got to say, wait a minute, it's time for me to protect my program.
I can tell and I don't want to go in ham on this because we'll save it for another day, because I can tell we're both passionate about our sides and the fans are about to see a show. So we still got a draft to get through. But no, listen, at the end of the day, the part that I really, I guess, that really frustrated me, and if I could talk to Calipari, one thing I would tell him is, I don't give a rat's how many NBA draft picks that you have in your program. I don't care how many millionaires you made. Kentucky fans care about one thing, and that's them banners. Now, if you want the draft picks and all that to matter, then you got to be hanging them banners for that to matter. But if that ain't mattering, that was the part that I think that, I think it become, for Calipari, more about the name on the back of the jersey than the one on the front. And I think that a lot of that is because it helped him get his name up there. Listen, it's no surprise that Calipari loves the limelight. Is there a reason? Do you see Coach K in the green room with all of his picks? You can go two ways, one or two ways. Calipari cares about his guys, so he's there in that moment. Or you could be like, he's doing what he can. But here's the thing. He wasn't using all that for good, because, with NIL here, Kentucky shouldn't have an issue with NIL, because how many millionaires are you bragging that you made? Well, you can't go ask John Wall for $4 million.
Well, that's the thing, Darryl McCoy. The only place the NIL was coming from was small local businesses and his NBA guys. He wasn't getting these millions of dollars now, because, again, that was another part where he was being held hostage and leveraged by alumni. Listen, Kentucky, they talk about NIL money. They had none. Now, all of a sudden, Arkansas, they're going to be a top 5 program in the nation with NIL money, and I think you're going to see real quick how that translates to portal and to Burger Boys, right? I think you're going to see that team loaded this year, because he's going to have about $12 million to work with. Kentucky didn't have $500,000 to work with internally, because he wasn't getting it. But I'm not disputing.
But that was his fault, because he had isolated every big donor.
Well, the biggest donor.
Yeah,
right?
The biggest. Yeah, that's the more important thing.
Yeah,
the biggest.
Darryl,
they're back on track now.
Darryl, listen, this as well as I do on other issues that we talk about out in this community. If you are absolutely treated, there's no loyalty. I think I'm bigger than the program. I think I'm bigger than Mitch Barnhart. I should be able to have input on decisions and players and this, that, and other. That's an issue and a problem in itself. Coach Calipari then says, wait a minute, if I'm not getting, listen, we ain't getting upgraded facilities, we're not getting NIL money, then why would you trot your players out to certain individuals that are actually a problem behind the scenes? Now they're going to be great because it's listen, Darryl, you know as well as I know, Mitch Barnhart loves yes men. Oh well, guess what? And listen, I love Coach Mark Pope as much as the next person, but guess what? He got one.
Well, that's another big thing. Reach out. The first week of May, if we have a grind session show it lines up with it, we may have Coach Pope.
That's
on
big time, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And here's the other thing. You know, people wonder, like, can Mark Pope get the biggest prospects in Lexington? Listen, when you got $8 million in NIL money pledged,
right?
Yeah, and Coach, I done talked to you. Got a call today from a number one player in the nation's camp, and they want to be in Lexington. Right. So if things can be made, you got that money, and that was the big thing. And listen, this was a Cal guy, and he's wanting to come to Lexington, and NIL can get him there. So Mark Pope will be able to get the players.
Yeah, right.
It's Kentucky.
It's Kentucky with the NIL money now.
Yeah.
So money that with what they have, they're still not going to be Arkansas level with NIL money, but they're going to be top 3 in that 2 in the SEC.
Yep,
and 3 in the SEC.
We got a lot of comments coming in, Coach. We got CB Green says he was talking to Texas. David said, no, we won. Well, David's a liar. Julia Eplin says, thank you for all you do for the kids in the mountains. Thank you for saying that, Julie. We got Kathy Bentley says, go boys, says you all are awesome. So as we're sitting here, guys, we're going to take our first commercial break. When we come back, we're going to do a quick segment on high school basketball, how things ended, where coaches are at now, coaching changes, our thoughts, and then we'll get into the draft. So make sure this next segment you don't want to miss. Come right back and join us here. Get your questions, comments, but we'll be right back here on the grind session, draft night.
If you're looking for a great selection and a great experience for your next Harley-Davidson, come on down to Mountain State Harley-Davidson here in Delbarton, West Virginia.
We have new 2023 models in stock and ready for delivery. Special financing available.
Or choose pre-owned with one of the largest inventories in the tri-state area with great low prices.
Visit our showroom filled with licensed Harley-Davidson apparel and more.
Don't write that check until you check with us, Mountain State Harley-Davidson, 61 Priest Bottom Road, or visit us online at mountainstatehd.com.
February is National Children's Dental Health Month, and Little Flower Clinic, 279 East Main Street, wants to remind you about our dental department. Our professional dental staff performs dental prophylaxis, a procedure performed to clean the teeth thoroughly, an important treatment for halting the progression of periodontal disease and gingivitis. Schedule your kids an appointment for an exam, cleaning, and or sealants. Little Flower Clinic accepts most major insurances, Medicare and Medicaid. Call 487-9505.
Are you ready to join the future of coal mining? At Blackhawk Mining, we are a national leader in the production of metallurgical coal with a foundation built on a strong safety culture and an unmatched work ethic. We're not just co-workers, we're a family, and together we create an environment where everyone can thrive and make their mark. We invite you to join our team at Blackhawk Mining as we continue to build on our tradition while empowering the next generation of coal miners. Blackhawk Mining, shaping the future of coal production today.
Craving a taste of Central America? Head to Sal's Steakhouse. Sizzle your senses with mouthwatering steaks, juicy burgers, savory chicken, and fall-off-the-bone ribs. Sal's Steakhouse, where your taste buds will thank you. Unleash the flavor at Sal's. Taste tradition, taste the difference.
Here at Logan Bank and Trust, we are committed to serving the needs of the southern coalfields. So if you need to borrow money, remember, we are just a click away.
Here at LB&T, we make online banking easy.
We've taken the hassle out of applying for a loan on our new website. It's as simple as going to our lbnt.com website and choosing the loan product that best suits your needs.
Your loan on your time. Visit us at lbnt.com. You're only a click away.
So if you need to borrow money, remember, we are just a click away. It's easy to apply online at lbnt.com, and all decisions are made locally.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Back here at Glenn Martin Hammond's office in Coal Run, this segment is brought to you by our friends at Kentucky Mountain Health Alliance. Kentucky Mountain Health Alliance is made up of Little Flower Clinic, Quantum Health, and East Kentucky Chiropractic. Coach, doing their best to make sure Royal Health is on top of its game so they can take and treat the folks in Perry County.
Wow. Just unbelievable support, right? Go ahead. Darryl.
Listen, what Scott Napier and the crew does at Kentucky Mountain Health Alliance to make sure that Perry County athletes in Hazard, Perry Central area, Knott County is took care of is something that everybody needs to be very thankful for in that area, because if not, we wouldn't be up there being able to give these kids them opportunities.
You're exactly right. And you're getting ready to turn to high school and some notes, but I'm going to say before we get started on high school, I'm going to say this, so Darryl don't say it, but Darryl don't care either. This could be a big time. You talking about Shake Up City? I'm not going to mention anything, but Shake Up City in high school hoops and the mountains. Oh man, shake it like a salt shaker, Darryl McCoy. Crazy things. You're going to want to stay to D&D, because I can promise you, the first person that will have that info of things breaking loose, like the Kentucky situation going on, Darryl McCoy's going to have it. So to keep the D&D Sports Network, how do you do it? Bookmark them, Darryl? Is that how we do it?
Listen, you keep them notifications on live that way that you can get them, because there's starting this week, there's going to be a lot of moving and shaking in the region. I promise you that.
Yeah.
So as we're getting started, before we go off Kentucky, was Mark Pope the right hire?
Mark Pope is, for what it looked like for the candidates that they had available, and for where they're at and what they could do, it looks like it was a good hire.
I think you take, obviously Hurley was your first mark. He told you no. I would have went straight to my three was him, Billy Donovan, then Bruce Pearl. But they didn't give much thought to Bruce Pearl.
Yeah.
But, I wasn't – the Mark Pope hire, I love it now. I'm 100% behind it. I think, listen, that he can get us to that next level. He can get Kentucky back. But I think what everybody was upset is they should have waited to let Billy Donovan turn him down the third time.
Well, let it play out a little more than 5 days.
Yeah.
And let's see where things can go. But didn't, and as you mentioned, Darryl, it's like that new girlfriend, right? Or new boyfriend, whatever you want to look at it. It's, wait a minute, all of a sudden they're the best thing in your life. You're in love and head over heels. But about 4 minutes down the road, you start seeing those weaknesses in that relationship and that person. Things change. I don't know if that happened or not. But, of course, a lot of Kentucky fans on Cloud 9, Darryl.
Producer KJ's a Duke fan. He's seen, that you can hire a former player or a former assistant, or and they have success. Mark Pope could be that guy.
He was groomed for 10 years under the best coach ever in college basketball.
Yeah,
you're right. Go ahead.
But why not hire Patino and then call Mark Pope and say come be his assistant, give Patino a 5-year deal, and let him groom Pope for 5 years?
I would have been for that, but there was so much, like, no matter what, you would have been 30% of the population would have been dead against it. So this is the only hire that could have unified Big BBN.
I kind of threw that out there. Coach Patino, 4-year deal. Hire Pope as associate head coach. Had already known he's going to take over in 4 years, or less.
I would have done it.
That's a home run deal for everybody. But I'll tell you what I do like about Mark Pope before we move on. There's 3 things. 1, he doesn't drink. I don't drink. 2, he doesn't curse. I don't curse. 3, guess what? He loves to score a lot of points, and I love to score a lot of points. So he's got 3 check marks in my book right there. So I hope Coach Pope does. Here's what I don't like, okay? There's 2 things I don't like, and if we get Coach Pope on here, I may ask him about it. The first thing is, I don't care by hook or by crook, when they start coming off that bus, you get that team leader, Anthony Epps, coming off that bus. He lives an hour down the road. And even if you go back in interviews in the past with Mark Pope, he says, that was our captain, that was our leader, that was our heart and soul. You get Anthony Epps coming off that bus with you. I'm glad Wayne Turner was. But you get your starting point guard. Hour down the road, ladies and gentlemen, he should have been on that bus coming down, celebrating that hire with Coach Mark Pope. I haven't talked to Anthony on why or not it didn't happen, but however, you had to make that happen. And the other thing, I wish maybe and I know a lot of fans liked it, and maybe Darryl liked it, is I wish that Coach Pope, he took some digs at Coach Calipari. Again, Coach Calipari is always going to be family. We talk about UK, always family, past, present, future. I wish maybe those digs didn't take place. But other than that, I thought the press conference was a home run.
Yeah, that's, we'll move on from there.
Yeah.
One thing I can say is DeMarcus Cousins is completely wrong. Arkansas will not be on TV more than Kentucky.
No.
At the end of the day, it's still Kentucky.
That TV deals are in place 2 years ahead of time anyway.
Yeah, so it's that's a situation that, listen, at the end of the day, that's just a great situation. You had folks coming in here that was loyal to Cal. We want people that's loyal to the program,
which would be all Kentucky kids.
Yeah. There
and Darryl's fine with that.
I'm fine. Yes. Yes. Well, hey, listen, Bluegrass State. Here we go.
Yeah,
Let's go. Hey, give us Travis Perry, Trent Noah. What's the Moreno.
Moreno.
Yeah. And we can win the championship.
Yeah.
But we got to keep Reed Shepherd. Now moving on, girls basketball. Man. I tell you, I've never in my life, people say, well, them numbers was fake. No, they wasn't fake, because I've never in my life searched up Iowa women's basketball or women's basketball on my Google search as much as I did the past month. And that was all thanks to Caitlin Clark. And then, you also had Paige Beckers, Angel Reese. You had all of them benefiting from it. But what Caitlin Clark has done is something that, it's going to be, it'll be neat to see where she takes the game of women's basketball.
I'll tell you how big it is. I was in Iowa over the weekend, and I went to a Dick's Sporting Goods. And, ladies and gentlemen, it was a shrine. You know how big Dick's Sporting Goods is, folks, if you've been in one. It was a shrine to Caitlin Clark, the Shulal, merchandise. And LeBron, guess what? Usually LeBron's stuck somewhere pretty big on that shit. LeBron had this little section. It was Caitlin Clark. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is insane. And of course that was Iowa, but still, that shows you the difference.
Oh, it's crazy. And
it's everywhere now.
Yeah.
Right now, Indiana knew that they was going to pick her first. And they upgraded, I think, their first game into a bigger arena.
Yeah.
They then sold it out to another 20. That's what she's going to bring to the sport of women's basketball. If she sells every arena out she goes to.
And listen, WNBA, do not let her go to the big three, because you've got. And listen, a shoe deal. She's going to make more money off a shoe deal than she will that $5 million she's giving up front. So at the end of the day, you're peddling, dimes and nickels, when you talk about the difference there. So it's a situation where, she's going to elevate the women's game. It was already getting elevated. Probably, there's probably as many of them shoes, I don't know her last name, but Sabrina's sold the boys as there is girls, and it's insane. Women's basketball, and I'm tickled to death. WNBA next year, I'm going to be tuning in every game, because I don't know, I ain't seen it picked yet and seen if she got picked, but I know Boyd County star Savannah Wheeler was supposed to win in round 2. Yeah. So, a lot of stuff drawing us folks in this area to the WNBA. It's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun.
I watched the draft last night. I don't remember seeing her going. She could have, but what was funny about that is Caitlin Clark's teammates come to watch it, and one of her teammates didn't even get invited to the draft and got drafted.
Yeah, I bet it was the big girl, wasn't it?
No, it was Kate something or other. I can't remember. She was one of the other guards, but she was there just to watch Caitlin. She wasn't sitting down in the row to get drafted. She was up top, and she got drafted. A
lot of times in drafts, not even in the NBA, overseas or the G League, that's happened before, because they invite a certain pool to be there, and they pay for everything. But sometimes other players follow along. I had that happen to one of my guys in Canada, Alex Johnson, who played for NC State, wasn't even supposed to be there. He ended up, guess what? I drafted him number 1 overall, so he wouldn't even plan to be there. So it happens.
Oh yeah, that's well, we got a lot of people tuning in right now. We got Debbie Priest says thank you D&D, the Priest boys' mom. Maria McCormill tuning in said thank you D&D. Justin McCoy said it would be Senior Kate Martin was Clark's teammate. Austin Sperry says he enjoyed his talk with Coach K today at the Sports Blitz.
Yes, sir, brother.
So as we're taking and getting started, on the high school topics here, a lot of movement. Right after first of all, go to the end of the season. 15th region. What a story! McGoffin County wins the region. Goes represent Perry. They meet Perry Central in the first round. McGoffin County gets a win, and then the way the tournament went, Coach, I promise you, it couldn't have went a better way, man. It was storyline after storyline after storyline, and then come to find out, Mr. Basketball, the guy that took down King Kelly's record, ended up state champ. Just a great. You couldn't have wrote a book and ended it better than what the season ended in the state of Kentucky.
It was unbelievable. You were there, wire to wire coverage like no other D&D. But I'll say this: that Lyon County team is proof in the pudding. And now there's debate over that, whether they're homegrown or not. There's a lot of people taking shots. But Darryl McCoy, 4 and 5 of those kids every single day in a home built a personal gym, worked out every single day since 7th, 8th grade for that moment. That is special.
Listen, I want to thank Coach Perry. Coach Perry the whole time gave us access throughout. Coach Perry went to dinner with us. Yeah. Coach Perry is an amazing guy. I couldn't have been happier. And listen, Coach Perry, I've always, had a good relationship with him, but, ended up getting pretty close with him up there. But to say that I wasn't rooting against, that storyline, there's no way that you could have watched Trent Noah's performance and not rooted for that kid. Yeah. But, looking back, I'm glad it ended the way it is, because it'll always be remembered as Travis Perry, Mr. Basketball, all-time leading scorer, won the state title.
Doesn't happen very often.
No, and everybody thought there's like, they can't compete with Great Crossing. There's like, they're going to get beat. I said, I seen them do it at the Zip Zone. You was
right
there, yeah. And seen them. They run off and left them in the second half. They done the same thing. Great guard play is what wins in March.
It does. I've said that for a long time. You got great guards, guess what you're going to win? The game's changed a little bit. It ain't those New York Knicks days like Darryl McCoy loves. But listen, no doubt about it. Here's where I believe it was a difference. Greg Coulson is well coached. We know that. Yeah. They got some superb assistants, good players. Lyon County outcompetes you. Yeah. Every possession, Darryl.
Every possession. Yeah. And that's what wins ball games. At the end of the day, if you're not competing, people think, listen, offense, the saying is true. Defense wins championships. It's about competing, hustling, 50-50 balls, defense. That's what wins championships.
Gotta compete.
Yeah, so as we move on from that, we come back, then all of a sudden we started seeing changes with the coaching hires. Powell County dropped their coach. Then we seen Eastridge, Shelby Valley, Belfry. Still think we may see 1 or 2 more changes before the season comes around in the 15th region alone. So, and then, before we go, Tug Valley wins the West Virginia State Championship. What a story. Rabbit Thompson winning another one. I mean, listen.
Is that 4 or 3?
That was 4.
Or has his 4th one?
Yep, 4 for Rabbit.
Darryl, and I have the video. And I'm going to have this posted at D&D. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm a believer in this. You were there. Yeah. Visualizing a performance before it happens.
Oh, yeah.
He went for 5 minutes, step by step, from getting off that bus to the final horn. And it played out almost exactly how he said it would play out, ladies and gentlemen. He said, maybe you don't hit that shot at the end, but there's a loose ball. Yeah. Grab that loose ball. You grab that loose ball and you kick it. Yeah. Then you hit it, and it was unbelievable how he got these guys. They're on the floor, and it's something nothing new. Like he said in the interview, nothing new. Nobody does, but he did it step by step by step for those guys. I have it on video, ladies and gentlemen. very soon I'm going to post that for those Tug Valley fans.
It gave us chills being there for that talk. And then, I mean, you go look, Bryson Eli had shot like 4 shots the entire tournament. Hadn't scored yet in the tournament. And he comes down, blows, layup. Then he ends up taking, blows the layup. And then all of a sudden they get the ball, kicks it up court, and he has the. I mean, most kids shrump your shoulders like, oh man, I just lost this game. No, he stayed in the play, and now he's a hero forever. He's the one that brought another title to Naugatuck. 10 years waiting.
Wow.
I mean, just an incredible story. Great for Bryson Eli being the hero, man. Couldn't have happened to a better kid.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. So, but going to the coaching changes, Belfry. Surprise you or not? Belfry's coach.
Not surprised because of the way things played out this year. I like Mr. Hagee. He's been good. The D&D, right? Darryl McCoy and I
love Hagee.
Yeah, and Darryl. I remember when he took over. He said, fan of his. I just think things got so far off track, and it can happen to any coach or anybody that it's like there's a change that's needed. So I'm not surprised there.
Yeah, it's a situation. Listen, Belfry is a hard place to coach. Yeah. And, at the end of the day, Hagee come into a rough situation. Yeah. And let's not act like that he has the 96 Bulls there, waiting. I mean, he had a tough team, tough young team. And, it's tough when you got a group of seniors and then you got young kids and every parent thinks their kid should play.
Everyone.
And, it's just a tough situation. So, I personally wish they would have kept him because I love Hagee.
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of it is, listen, what Hagee went through personally with his sickness. Mm-hmm. If he wouldn't have went through that, he probably would have been in a completely different shape this season going in, but he didn't get to spend the time he needed to with them. Not making excuses for him, but I say at the end of the day, the changes was made, and now you got to look forward, and it's looking they're having a tough time finding the guy they want, and I don't know. At the end of the day, I've heard some names that's been mentioned, and I don't know who you go. Do you go with somebody in the program? Do you go with Brett Charles? Where you're going to get a really good staff that's going to come in and draw players in. Do you go with Bobby Varney, a man that had success on that middle school level? He's coached at the high school level. He's born and bred Belfry through and through. Or do you go outside, of Belfry and hire? I don't know what the answer is. I know if Randy Casey was available, I would have probably called and broke the bank trying to get Coach Casey back in Pond Creek.
My question to you, and this is probably the one question that Darryl McCoy won't answer on the D&D Sports Network. Who would be your choice for the Belfry head coaching position? And if you don't, because I know you got a lot of.
Yeah, I got a lot of allegiances there. If you stay, I would try to find a way to get Bobby Varney and Brett Charles there crashing them to combine as a unit like they did in middle school.
Right.
That would be my answer if you're going to stay there. Now, if you're going to go outside of Belfry, I'm telling you, the hottest young name right now, and a name that same way, Letcher Central, Trevor Noble. That is the hottest young coach right now. You got him, just like we said Corey Thacker was. Corey Thacker ended up having really good success there. It was then you go and look, right now, Ethan Cummins, he's an up and rising coach there. He don't get talked about a lot there at Jenkins, but Trevor Noble, I do know that he's put in for it. If I go outside of Belfry, that's who I'm going to hire, because Trevor Noble, he's one guy that don't care to stand up and say no we're going to do it this way.
And I think that's what you need at Belfry. But what you're saying is kind of what a proposal I made on the Kentucky deal. Maybe hire Bobby Varney for an extended period of time. Brett Charles, which by the way did a tremendous job. Eric Rash, we already know. I'm a fan how he tough and how he gets his guys to play for. Bring them on, and maybe Brett Charles down the road when Bobby hangs it up. Brett take over.
If you could combine them two staffs, then
vice-
that would probably be that would probably be the answer that most people, because normally it's kind of torn. You either want one or you want the other. If you can combine them two, then I think that would be a good hire.
Yeah, I like that.
But you go outside. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you're hearing a lot of names. I don't know, or I've heard Derek Newsom, name with a couple different jobs. I don't know about that, but obviously if you can get Derek Newsom, I mean, you want to take a strong look at it. But if I'm going outside, I'm going Trevor Noble.
I know, and I'm sure you do too. I know they reached out as soon as it happened to two people, and they turned it down almost immediately or within 2 days. So we'll scratch a couple of coaches off the list. I'm with you, Darryl, but there's a couple other guys floating out there, maybe over in the 16th region.
Well, there's some in the 14th region, some in the 16th, and now I do know the coach in the 16th that most people connected. I don't think that he would go to Belfry.
Okay.
But the Letcher Central job,
that's be a good one.
I think. And listen, if you're a school out there and Matthew Perry comes knocking, you better answer the door, because that man, he can coach. He can't only coach; he can develop.
Skill development guru.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, he should be one of the hottest names out there. Period. If you're going checking down a list, he's 1A, 1B. Like I said, obviously Derek Newsom's up there, but Matthew Perry, Shelby Valley. I will tell you this, Shelby Valley folks, cool your horses, because Greg Napier hit it out of the park.
Yes.
Matthew Taylor, he hit a grand slam hiring Matthew Taylor. This will get Shelby Valley basketball back to where it's competing with Pikeville year in, year out. He is the right man for the job.
I don't want to set the expectations too high, but listen, I'm telling you right now, they will be good immediately. He's that good. And I've told this story to Darryl. I don't know if I've ever said it on air, but and Coach, I know you're going to be tuning in. Coach, when he was at UPike, I never envisioned him being a head coach. I thought that this is an assistant guy. He's an assistant coach. But I'm telling you, Darryl, the last 2 years of us up close watching Coach, X's and O's, getting the most out of his talent, what I hear he does all season. I hear Letcher Central, before he left, every day every player had to get up 153 mates, just that alone, with everything else they were doing, and it was optional. He's a home run hire times 10. That guy is going to be a force to be reckoned with for years to come, with a tradition behind him like Shelby Valley.
If you're a great player, you love Matthew Taylor.
Yes.
If you're a good player, you're going to hate him.
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean, that's going to be the difference.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point. If you're a great player, you're going to embrace how he coaches.
Yep.
If you're average or on the fence, whether you're a baller or not, guess what? You better just go ahead and pack it.
Go ahead and quit.
Yeah, go ahead and quit.
And listen, he showed he will take the players that stay. He will take and win with. So it don't matter whether you're there or you're not. He's going to win with what he has.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we seen that Letcher. Everybody thought it was going to be a wash, and he ended up competing was top 4 all year long in that region. So
unbelievable.
So congratulations, Shelby Valley, on that hire. See, it takes us over to Eastridge.
Yeah.
Surprised me. Brody stepped down. Brody called me the day he did, and talked to him, and you could tell it was heavy on his heart. He didn't want to, but he also has a kid coming up that he wanted to spend time with.
Right.
So I don't blame him for it. Eastridge, I love Coach Farmer, great guy. To me, I think that was a good hire. more importantly, it was the safe hire. You know, they know what they got in Coach Farmer, and they get Blaine Keathley on staff. You know, so you got a really good coach with a really good young assistant that's going to take and get some new energy in that program. I think that was a safe hire for Eastridge.
This is where I was going to go with it. You're right. You nailed it. It's a guy that understands the Eastridge landscape. He's been there and done that. He knows the administration, kind of like a Mark Pope hire, right? He knows he can navigate that Eastridge Rapids. So that's a good hire for Eastridge. They didn't have to look any further. And, oh, yeah, they got Blaine Keathley jumping on board. And Eastridge fans, you're going to love Blaine Keathley.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, you look and see how these things are going to pan out. Well, like I said, you know, we already seen a couple movements this offseason.
Yeah.
You know, Gavin Hamilton follows Matthew Taylor. He comes in the press conference with Coach Taylor. So, you know, Coach Taylor says, you know, this is my guy.
Right.
You know, and so I think Shelby Valley's going to get a couple more that's going to come over.
Yeah.
Then you go and look, you know, I think that, you know, going into next year, you know, I think obviously with Coach Taylor there, I think he'll have Shelby Valley where they're competing.
They will.
You know, yeah, they'll be right there, you know, competing. And then I think Pikeville, Pike Central, depending, Betsy Lane could, Martin County, Johnson Central, Paintsville, Lawrence County. Those are your teams that I see, you know, competing at a high level next year. And when you take and look, you know, you're hearing a lot of names in the mix. You know, well, Pikeville already. You get the King kid coming over. One of the best scorers, maybe the best scorer in his class. He was player of the year.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, that was you hit the lottery there, because guess what? You know, now you found a kid that can step in and help give you what you lost in Eli.
Right.
You know, then you got EB coming up for Charlie.
Yeah.
Then you hear Sykes goes over.
Yeah.
You know, so you got two of the top 10 kids, two of the top 5. Well, Keene is obviously top 3 kid in this class.
Yeah.
And then you got a top 5 kid in Sykes. You know, Elijah, you know, it just keeps pouring in on him.
Listen, making it rain in Pikeville, it just keeps coming. I agree with you. Jackson King now in Pikeville, my oh my, you're talking about a guy that's going to get you, and depending on what type of system Coach Justice runs next year, he can get you 20 if you need him to get 20, or he can be a facilitator. That's an underrated aspect of Jackson King's game, is he's got really good court vision, so he's also a good facilitator. So you add him, and here's the bigger thing. This is what you like, Darryl, is you're going to have 10 hungry dogs in practice fighting for playing time.
Yep. So as you know, it's just going to breed greatness, because you're going to, just like Kentucky. That's why Kentucky was so good for so long, because Cal had a perfect practice squad.
Right.
You know, and so that's going to be the interesting thing. You know, Pikeville, it's going to be hard. Listen, Brody Little, you know, Braden Bowden, Coach Sloan. You know, then you got the veterans, Ian Ox, E.B. Walters. Then you got Keene, Sykes. I mean, where is this team weak at? Mikey Hager. You know, I mean, like, you know, that's going to be the tough part, because Pikeville may have 2 of the top 5 teams in the region.
Right.
You know, on one squad.
Yeah, and what they're going to be, what maybe they were missing this year, is I felt at times they didn't guard middle of the lane drives well. The wings they guarded well, but a lot of times for sort of reason that help didn't come quick enough in the middle. Guess what? Now this will be a pretty good defensive team, not only man to man but help. So they got that now, and they've got versatility where they can switch on screens.
Coach, I've seen Brody Little the other day. Got in the gym, seen him compete. Now that he's back, he's coming back healthy from, you know, where a lot of people don't understand that kid. You know, I mean, he was in bad shape. Yeah. And to see where he was at now, this is the best version of Brody that I've ever seen.
Wow.
I mean, so, you know, that kid's going to step up. Then you got Coach Sloan playing the way he does. I mean, it's just that, you know, right now, I think within 2 weeks, that you'll see 4 to 5 of the top 10 kids in the region be somewhere else.
That's a big statement, but nobody has their ear to the ground like Darryl McCoy does. I get a little bit of it. I hear it. You're right, Darryl. I could see it happening in the next 2 weeks. Some major shifts, and some major players that all of a sudden they might be even more. What's the word?
People you're not thinking about.
That could just be like, wait a minute. All of a sudden, he's going to take that team to the next level.
Yep, I agree 100%. As we got a ton. We got Josh Kane Atkins says, man is a sleeper this year. 2 of the best single A teams in the same section. Listen, man, they went out and TJ Blevins, he hit a home run this offseason. I mean, he's got a couple pieces that come in there. He's got a couple young studs coming up. That man team, people, they look and they think Tuck Valley's going to walk through. This man team will be scary. I promise you, TJ's got a group that is got the energy revived in that Man Hillbilly program. And when you wait till you see these kids that come in and see how good they are. You're going to have a couple of them at the All-Star game, or not All-Star, Mountain Showcase. Yes. The want to make sure that's important. That people realize that this is not a All-Star game.
Right, showcase.
Yes, it is a showcase. That's why we had to open it up to every class. That's why we're having a camp before it. We had to make sure that we got all the parameters, because, listen, this is very important, man, because them kids over there, they deserve this outlet, and, we had to do what we had to do. Listen, branding purposes, it was a smart move for us to change it, because the All-Star game was a build-up to, the biggest All-Star game, period, in Eastern Kentucky, Southern West Virginia. And we had to change it up so the West Virginia kids could. And it sucked, but it had to be done. And we're very thankful, because now you're going to get to see them Man Hillbilly kids compete in the showcase this weekend. And, they're going to be, 6 to 7 college scouts watching the boys upperclassmen come in there. I mean, what can you, at the end of the day, what more could you ask for besides, kids having an opportunity to compete and pursue their dreams like that? And then you take and look, this is perfect for the kids at places like Tulsa, that we don't get to see a ton of. Well, now you get to see it, and Coach, we've seen it. Kids went on from, this event in the past, and all of a sudden they've become stars, standouts. I mean, this is a great event to springboard into a great future here.
We have before, and I could spend 30 minutes talking about why certain kids should be here and why they should be performing at the showcase. But here's one of the biggest reasons why you're going to want to tune in, because he's talking about is this is the #1 sports network platform, dare I say, outside of, we talk about ESPN, we're talking about in the state of Kentucky. This weekend, the D&D Sports Network will be from start to finish with big-time coverage, big-time people on a big-time stage, all eyes on your student athletes.
Coach, listen, tell us another event that's going to get 20 to 30,000 people that's going to watch for the 10 games throughout the weekend. You're going to have nearly 30,000 people watch. We got 50,000 followers, but there's going to be at least 30 watch. And they're going to be, and there's nowhere else. I promise you, there's not going to be an AAU game you're going to go to that's going to have as many recruiters that will recruit you and going to give you 30,000 people watching. I promise you that. Most of them's going to be playing in empty gyms, and if it is a gym, you're probably going to get a scout there that you will never go to their school, or they will never recruit you. So it's very important for the kids to play in this event, because, listen, even when it comes to awards, you don't get awards in Kentucky or West Virginia unless you got the media pushing you in the mountains, because there's no AP voters in our area. So the only way that they have a way to find out about this kid or that kid is through the media. And in West Virginia this year, we seen the people there say, listen, if it wasn't for you guys, I didn't know. Last year, they said we wouldn't have known about Saldine if he wasn't blown up, and
Right.
we had to listen to him because of D&D.
Right.
So, it's just this. I'm very excited. This is going to be. It's got bigger and better every single year. I'm stoked. I cannot wait to get to this draft, Coach.
Going to be the very best yet.
But any last words on the state of the Mountains basketball before we get to the draft?
Well, I got a couple things real quick. One, as Darryl mentioned, what you see now with some of these teams in the 15th, 14th, 16th, listen, I can promise you in a couple months, it may be an entirely different dynamic. All of a sudden, you may be talking about another team as a front runner for the 15th region or 14th. So keep an eye on the D&D Sports Network, because I can promise you D&D will be first on top of it to let you know what's going on, all the happenings of high school basketball. The second thing is, had a chance to see Darren Peterson, the #1 player, and they were our home. We were their home network, Huntington Prep basketball this year, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
We covered Darren Peterson, #1 or #2 prospect in America. Yeah, he's got a lot of places after him, and he may be wanting certain schools to dial in on him. Ladies and gentlemen, I watched him this weekend. You're going to want to keep watching D&D if we got Darren Peterson on board, because he's that good. Had a chance to watch Xander Carter from Ashland.
Yep.
Balled out, ladies and gentlemen. He's the real deal. And then I had a chance to watch Jacob Spurlock. He had 2 really good games for Indiana Elite. So I had a chance to watch some Mountain guys this weekend in Nebraska. They balled out.
Oh, yeah, and when you go and look, that's the other thing. Listen, that deal with Huntington Prep, now you got with the Huntington Prep deal, now, you're going to have major Division I recruiters watching, and every time D&D goes live, it's going to pop on their phone.
Right.
D&D's live. We've seen it numerous times this year. We even, guys, one time, I think it was 3, we was at a youth ball game. It was like 3rd, 4th graders, and had 3 Division I recruiters on.
Yeah.
It's just what D&D can do. There's no other place can do it for the kids. And listen, this event right here, it's going to be the biggest one yet. I promise you, guys. If you want a great weekend of basketball, come out to the Mountain Showcase. Support these kids. Support everything going on there. Hillbilly Days is going on in Pikeville. We always do it in conjunction with Hillbilly Days. That way, people come in for the weekend, have a good, weekend at Hillbilly Days, and then they can cap it off with a great couple days at the Mountain Showcase. So make sure you guys, if you're coming in, take advantage of that too, guys. It's going to be a huge night on Saturday and Sunday. As we're getting ready to get started, Coach, here in just a second. We're going to read a couple comments before we go off here. To commercial break. Christy Farrell says, I hope you guys have a great showcase. Thank you, Christy. Thank you for tuning in. Steve Newsom says, I got to get me one of them shirts. Said Darryl, just saying. Well, Steve, we might be able to trade this for backstage passes at the 69 Boys and Afro Man coming to the Winston Fieldhouse next month, Coach. We might be able to get him a shirt for some backstage passes, right?
Absolutely.
David Tiny Cottle says, my favorite announcers, Darryl McCoy, Kevin Keathley. Jamie Belcher says, Jackson Keene is a great athlete, but he's also a fantastic kid. He's so kind and works hard in the classroom too. Josh Atkins says, these boys from Man is bought in, said they have a fire that's never been there before. And then we got Robert Wallace says, Eli Sykes is a great kid and player. Gina Coleman says, your media provides so much coverage for our athletes in the area. Thank you. Well, thank you, Gina. We appreciate that more than you know. And then we got Mike Mullen says, Brady Johnson has been released. So he's back for Valley. And guess what? You're going to see him at the Mountain Showcase.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, his break-in performance. So make sure you guys come right back. We're going to commercial. We'll be right back with the Mountain 2024 Mountain Showcase Draft. Come right back and join us here on the D&D Sports Network.
Hi, everybody. Dave Baker here for Citizens Bank in Kentucky. Do you want to love your car even more? How about putting extra cash in your pocket each month by refinancing with new low rates at CBK? It is fast. It's easy. All you have to do is log on to wearecitizens.bank.
Eastern Kentucky understands the importance of taking care of one another. That's why after graduation, I came home. 25 years later, I've put together a team at Glenn Martin Hammond Law Offices dedicated to fighting for your legal rights. When you're dealing with a sensitive legal issue, you want someone who will take care of you as a person, not just another case. Our team will help you through the legal process of Social Security, personal injury, work injury, car wrecks, wrongful death, medical malpractice, and nursing home neglect. Call us today.
If you're injured in a car wreck, don't delay. Give me a call today, Justin Markham. Here at Markham Law Office, we will fight for you. Don't settle for a handshake and a small check from the insurance companies. Give us a call. Don't take on the big insurance companies alone. We will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Here at Markham Law Office, you're more than a client. You're family, and we take care of family. Give me a call, Justin Markham, attorney at law.
I'm Bruce Walters with Bruce Walters Kia in Pikeville, Kentucky. We have the area's largest selection of new Kias and more arriving daily. Come shop us in Pikeville. I guarantee you'll find the Kia for you. At Bruce Walters Kia, your new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Also at Bruce Walters Kia, you'll get free oil changes for life. Finding your new Kia is easy. Come shop us in Pikeville or shop us online at brucewalterskia.com.
Back here at Glenn Martin Hammond's office, coaches, you could see they picked a perfect time to cut the grass outside the studio.
Right.
So,
what is this? Nighttime, right?
It is. It's dark out. You look outside, it is dark, and they're cutting grass right outside the studio.
You gotta love lawn care, right? They're gonna work until midnight if they have to.
Steve Newsom says we'll see what we can do about them backstage passes.
There we go.
So there we go. We're gonna be Tootsie Rowing it at the Wimps Fieldhouse.
And I've said this. I may bring back, no promises, the spin-a-rooney.
Oh, wow.
Watch out.
We've got to make that happen, Producer KJ.
Yeah.
At the producer KJ's backyard, I know he's going to be listening to some Coke 45 and 2 zigzags.
Right.
So as we're getting to the draft part of the session, guys, as always, these are the kids that are right now. Now, again, this year, I ain't gonna lie to you, Coach. This was the hardest, by far, the hardest year that I've ever had at putting this event together. You know, we had the 14th region and an expanded West Virginia coverage area. 16th region continued to expand in. So it was hard just finding, who to get a hold of these kids. I probably got 40 kids that was picked that I have no idea how to get a hold of anybody. Yeah. So that's the tough part about it. So the kids right now, there still could be up to 20 kids throughout from 6th up to 12th grade that are there that are either waiting to decide or trying to figure things out. So the roster could look a little different on the other ones, but this is, for the most part, this is going to be the meat of the rosters. Okay. So I'm excited here as we're getting ready to get started. And again, I will tell people, listen, this right here, this event is the biggest. It don't matter what somebody 3 hours away thinks about your child. It matters what the local sports networks and what these schools within a 200-mile radius cares about your child. That's the big thing that I could tell you. This event, not saying that you shouldn't do other things, because everybody should have options, and listen, have fun at your options. But this, if you want a name, you just don't want to be one of them parents that's going to come in November wanting to know why nobody knows who their kid is. I mean, how many times have we seen that? Hundreds of parents, why ain't you talked about my kid? Well, who is your kid? You don't know? No. Right. Is that, well, did they have oh yeah, we invited them to our event. Did they come and compete against these other players? Where media could see? No. So people don't realize, you're not, at the end of the day, if you want to be cared about by recruiters and scouts, especially if you're an average kid from around here, you've got the local media has to know about you. They have to be blowing you up for college scouts to even get on their radars, if you're from our area, because it's very hard just, without a local media company or your coaches pushing. Now, if you got a great coaching staff, there's a couple that has great connections that it don't matter. But for the majority of the teams, it's very important that you compete in this event.
And again, this is another subject. Me and Darryl hadn't seen each other in 3 weeks, so there's so much we could talk about and be on here for a 24-hour broadcast. But there is a handful, not even a handful, of kids that will be in a gym this weekend in our coverage area that will have college coaches in that building. I want you to ask yourself, especially if you're 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th graders, if you're going to play somewhere, ask your coach, tell me who will be there, because I can promise you there will be no Division I because it's dead period. They won't be there. It's not live. Live period's not happening this weekend. So you're not getting any D1. And first of all, if you think your kid's D1 and you're playing for different places here and there, probably not unrealistic. Darryl McCoy.
Well, let me tell you a quick stat. In the D&D area, in 8 years, they've been 5 kids that's played Division I ball. That is White Battle, Riley Salmons, Brady Dingus, Trey James, and Jacob Rice. And guess what all 5 of them kids had in common? They played at Rupp Arena. That's the thing. You've got to, and guess what? Them kids was made stars here in the area by local media. So it's very important that the people in your area know about you, because we know, I mean, not going to mention any names, but we know some people that has decided from 2nd grade on to play AAU. And then they're like, well, why ain't my child getting this recognition that all these other ones are getting? Well, nobody knows yet, because they've not got to see them. That's the thing, is, and then, it's tough, not saying, listen, I love AAU. You do too.
Certain that.
Yeah, we're going to, we'll start up as soon as this event's over. But just saying, like, if you get a chance, it's very important that you take advantage of events like this. Not just this one, but showcases like this.
Listen, if you're going to play in the Mud Creek Invitational, listen, there's not going to be anybody in that gym. And what does it really mean if you're cutting down nets against players that you've seen time and time and time again? You're playing the same players over and over again, and you're not getting anything out of it other than maybe a medal, or to say you went and played, whereas you're at the D&D Sports Network and you're on a platform where Darryl's mentioned there's been countless players that have all of a sudden risen, maybe took it a step above everybody else because they showcased and balled out there. And I can promise you, Darryl's not he's not overselling this, ladies and gentlemen. No. We had actually a player announce his signing with a college coach on air at a D&D All-Star game. I don't know if it's last year or year before. I interviewed him.
He committed somewhere else. We've had 3 kids that's on been air. Handed offers
on
at
air.
The game,
yes.
on air
yes.
at the game.
Right.
In the 4 years that we've done this. I mean, these coaches that's going to watch this and that's there in the house, they are coaches that can hand your kid an offer. Now, to your point, they would be people at the Mud Creek Invitational because D&D Sports Network would be at that.
That's true. That is a good point.
So, I would love to see that.
Right.
But let's get things on here, Coach. As we're going to get started, we see We got Trisha Freeze watching from Ashland. The Mud Creek Invitational is a classic. Josh Crum says.
It is, brother.
Yep. So as we're going to get started here, we will start with the 6th grade group as always. Guys, Coach Keathley will, we're going to end up, KJ, most important, do you got a quarter? If not, we need change. We went through the same thing last year.
We did, didn't we?
Yeah, he's going to get one right now, as I explained. Listen, this is Team David versus Team Darryl. Now, we have coaches that coach each one. Coach David Jones, they take and pick for Team David. Myself, normally the maestro's here, pick for Team Darryl. KJ will be helping tonight. And as we're getting ready to flip a coin here, we will know what coach will be coaching each one of these groups. So in the 6th grade, we got 2 really good coaches. We got former Taze Valley coach, Jeff Large. You talking about the nobody has their ear to the ground and has as many connections in that 16th region as Jeff Large. He's coming in coaching that group, and then we're going to have the hometown boy Ethan Cummins, as we said, one of the hottest rising coaches period in the mountains. He's a kid. I promise you, one day Ethan Cummins, coach, will be a big name coach, whether it's in the 14th or the 15th, because that kid has drive.
Well, he's very likable. He works well with administration, and he's a grinder, Darryl. He's done a great job for Jenkins. So you're right, great selection for that 6th grade team.
Trisha Freeze says Nate Freeze, 6'5", going to be in the house this weekend from Tomcat Nation.
Oh.
So we got Ashland Tomcat. Yeah. We seen Nate at Rupp Arena. Everybody fell in love with Nate's game. He's a hustler, baby, and he's going to be playing in the senior game. As guys, make sure that you guys remember this weekend, Mountain Showcase. It used to be our All-Star game. It is not an All-Star game anymore. So make sure you guys, if you got it mixed up or you're thinking, when's, because we had so many people ask. Well, we changed it over, Coach. It's no more the All-Star weekend. We're actually going to have an All-Star game in the future, and we're still going to have this showcase, but we're going to have a Kentucky versus West Virginia All-Star game in the future for seniors. Because the underclassmen cannot compete in an All-Star game. So for now, we're going to do the showcase, and we got the best coaches. Wait till you see the coaches we got. We got an all-star staff of coaches.
Stacked.
Yeah, stacked from top to bottom. We got big name coaches.
Unbelievable.
And producer KJ has the coin here, so we're gonna let KJ. We're gonna let you flip the coin.
All right.
Tails. The Tails team. Darryl gets Jeff Large. Heads team. Darryl gets Ethan Cummins.
Tails.
So I got Jeff Large.
Okay.
You got Ethan Cummins.
All right.
So you're drafting for. Okay, now flip for first pick.
Who's calling it?
The coach call it.
Let's go heads.
Heads it is.
You got first pick.
All right, Darryl McCoy. I'm looking, and man.
Now these a lot like Coach. Coach was busy. He don't know the 6th graders as well as I do. I don't know them a ton because this is our. As always, this is our first time getting to see a lot of these 6th graders.
Right.
So there's a little cheat list as you look. But KJ, you're helping me.
Okay. And I got first pick. Right.
Yeah.
So listen, Darryl. Toughness, grit. Oh yeah, he don't back down from anybody. He's got a little bit of that Keathley blood in him. So he can fill it up. I'm going with the number 1 overall pick, Maddox Mead.
I figured you would go that route. So Maddox Mead, I'll go up here. I got Marquis out because the maestro ain't here this year. So Maddox Mead,
a Betsy Lane product, ladies and gentlemen, and my oh my, his grandfather, Gary Keathley, former head coach of the boys and girls team. Yeah, listen, ladies and gentlemen, another lifetime. He was known as Larry Bird. And then his dad, Willie Mead, was a 3-sport star at Betsy Lane. So Maddox Mead, number 1.
Mark him out there, Darryl. He's under Bryson Reddick.
Betsy Lane.
Right here.
And listen, ladies and gentlemen, as Darryl mentioned, it is a stacked group, Darryl.
Oh yeah, I mean when you take a look from top to bottom, this and I tell you, I'm going to jump up, and I like the size on this kid. He's a shooter. I'm going to take Colton McCoy.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Colton McCoy, shooter.
He might have a little bit of that. Well, he does. McCoy plug.
And that's it. Can't go wrong with McCoy.
You can't go wrong with the McCoy. Where's he from, Darryl McCoy?
He's from Boyd County.
That's right. Can flat out get it done. Great pick. And we're off and running here, ladies and gentlemen. 6th grade action. I'll tell you who I'm going with. And I battled back and forth, and I'm surprised Darryl McCoy maybe didn't go in the first selection. I battled back and forth looking at it. And this young man, I've seen him in the gym putting in work. I've seen him grinding it out from Pikeville. Bentley King.
Oh, that was my.
What a backcourt.
They cannot believe you took it.
Yeah. I know. You were surprised.
Yes, I was. That was my very next pick.
Younger brother of Jackson King.
Yep. And listen, if you've not seen Bentley King, this young man, everybody is singing his praises. He's going to be the next big star at Pikeville when this young group gets up.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Since you done that, then I'm going to give me. I'm gonna go.
Darryl puts a lot of thought and time into this, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I do.
He's assembling a team, a lot like Mark Pope.
I'm gonna go. Give me Weston Tackett from Betsy Lane.
There it is. Another Betsy Lane going in the early rounds here.
Yeah.
And that Betsy Lane led by, you know who, Robbie Joe Johnson. Talent in that 6th grade group. So, really good selection there, Darryl. And I'm not going to waste much time here. And I'm going to go with Mr. Well, you got Mr. McCoy. Let's go with Braxton Chaffins from Lenore.
Yeah, Coach, I think you're reading my mind.
Man, it's about sometimes it's about taking away a player.
Yeah, and listen, Braxton Chaffins is. I promise you one thing, and producer KJ knows this kid. That there's not going to be anybody that's going to outwork this kid.
Right.
He's a kid that really works at his craft. Gym rat. The very talented kid, right, KJ?
Oh yeah. He's always working.
He's a
down
kid.
there with Terry and Tucson down there too.
Yeah, he's down there every weekend with Terry Jackson. The kid puts in the work. He's working out with Joey Gollihue, a bunch of other ones over there. I'm gonna go my next one. I'm going to. I'm gonna go with Jude Yance.
Jude Yance. That's Fleming Neon representing the old Fleming Neon.
Yeah.
A lot of proud heritage down that way. Mr. Yance. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 6th grade draft. Team Darryl, Team David. David's at the house. And listen, I got to be on my P's and Q's.
Team David is Ethan Cummins.
Yeah.
Team Darryl is Jeff Large.
Yeah.
So.
And listen, Dave don't take it easy on me as the GM.
No,
He's all business here. I'm going to take Mr. Where's he at? Let's go with Mr. Carson Castle from Crum.
Carson Castle. Let's see.
And
Castle from Crum. So that's going to take Carson off it. And that will leave me. I'm going to stay in the 16th region and give me Jackson Waller.
I like it. You said you're staying in the 16th region, right?
Yep.
Oh, we're able to. Okay, let's be clear here. These are the people that are firmly committed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go with Gage Douglas from Raceland.
Good pick.
This will be the 9th overall pick.
That will, and I'm going to take, and I'm going to. It's always tough, but I'm going to put Josiah Large, coached by his dad.
Yeah.
So coach, anytime you can get a coach's kid, and if you got your ear to the ground in that area there in the tri-state, this is one of the top up and coming talents, period. So that right there was the steal of the draft so far.
That's the 9th overall pick.
Yep.
Listen, one thing I know about, and I've seen it during Braxton's years for Mullins, these teams are very fundamental, and these teams compete. And I'm talking about East Perry. I'm going to go with Preston Collins from East Perry.
Preston Collins. Now I hope that they're a set of twins.
Yeah.
One of them had baseball, one of them didn't. I'm pretty sure Preston. It may be Parker, but
right.
Either one of them, was a solid pick there. And here, Coach, I'm gonna go who did I just put off? There's Preston. Who did I just? There's Preston Collins.
Yeah, I think you took off Parker Collins, right?
Oh, did
maybe.
So here I'm gonna take. I like the name Diesel.
Yeah.
Diesel Wheels.
Right. Listen, we've had some luck with nicknames over the years, Darryl. Yeah. Diesel Wheels, and he is the 10th pick or 11th pick overall. The 6th grade draft showcase edition this year, Darryl McCoy.
Yep.
No all-star game. It's a showcase event, and it is the top showcase event in the mountains. Oh yeah, that's a 12th. Okay, it's the 13th pick, and sometimes they say this is unlucky. Number 13. Oh no, this is good luck here, and I'm going to go with Mr. Jackson Sloan as my pick. Ethan Cummins is going to be really happy with the team I assembled here, and I'm going with Jackson Sloan, Darryl McCoy.
That really good pick right there. Ethan going to be very, very pleased. Because he was going to be one of my next 2 picks.
And this is our 4th year having a draft, right, Darryl?
4th year.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you accidentally erased the one name, what?
Parker.
Collins?
Yeah, Parker Collins. Still on the board.
Still on the board, girl.
Now, no, Parker. One of them couldn't play, so I think it was Parker couldn't. So and now I'm gonna go with another name that I really like and stick with the whole name crew. Trig Wisenut.
Yeah. Number 1 picks is Maddox Mead and Colton McCoy, ladies and gentlemen, 6th grade. addition. And Darryl McCoy's pulling his best Thomas Rainey, the maestro here.
Mark Diesel off too, Darryl.
Okay, listen, we got to have some hometown flavor. I got to have the crowd behind us, hyping us up. Yeah, you better believe it. And I'm going to go with Mr. Gabe Mullins from, Dorton's close enough. Gabe Mullins from Dorton.
Gabe Mullins.
Yeah, they'll bring some fans.
Get that energy.
Yes.
They always do. The Dorton always packs the house here, and guys, we hope that everybody shows up. For this, because listen, if you love basketball, I can promise you, ask the people that's been to this event. Yeah. It's a fun event. All day long you get a chance to win code hard cash. Whether you're shooting against a former star or you're shooting half court shots, you'll have a chance to win a lot of money.
One of my favorite events to cover from start to finish.
I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go with Bryson Bradley.
Oh, that was my next pick. Now you've got the home, even closer, right?
Yep.
KJ, he's got the hometown flavor in his back pocket. All right. Got another that's the Twins. Let's go with Mikey Artrip.
Yeah, that right there. If you know anything about this, I honestly haven't got a chance to see Mikey a ton, but I know his sister Madison, and she can ball, so that's a good pick.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, not just knowing his parents, I guarantee you that he's raised up around the basketball court. I'm gonna go with Jet Ward.
Yeah. Jet Ward, we're getting the sixth grade draft in record time, and I tell you who I'm going to go with here, and we're going to go with the McCoy, and that is Owen McCoy.
Well, either way, McCoy's going to win.
Right.
So I can go with that.
Win-win.
Yep. Now, that will leave me. I'm going to go with Jacob Sturgill.
Yes, that was my next one. Not going to waste a second. We've already talked about it, conferred, me and David Jones, and we're going with Blakely Jones.
Blakely Jones. Well, and that's going to leave me with Anakin Deskins. So I'm gonna go with the Crum product, Anakin Deskins. Seen Anakin play a couple times this year. Really like this kid. And to get him where I got him, I cannot believe that you let him go that long.
Yeah.
And then that's going to leave you with Jay Shant.
Yeah, it's going to leave Mr. Yance. Excuse me, Jose Yance. Jace Yance.
Yeah, Jace Yance.
That's exactly right.
Coach can't read my writing. So KJ, I'm gonna let you take a picture real quick. This is your 6th grade Mountain Showcase 6th grade game. Team Darryl will be coached by Jeff Large from Raceland, and Team David will be coached by Ethan Cummings from Jenkins.
Darryl, I've got.
Put your name up there on Large.
Well, hold on, KJ. I've got one more that I don't see up on that big board, and that's Jose Calge.
Who?
Jose Calge. Calge. And I don't see him on the big board, and every once in a while we'll.
Oh no, we got him. It's Josiah Large.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Man. Put Dave up there on Cummings.
We know because that there.
Man, oh man.
All
right. Now this is your 6th grade guys. Listen, come to play as we're sitting here this year, we're going to go all throughout. Last year, Team Darryl got the home. This year, Team David will get the home. So, the Team David, Ethan Cummings, you will wear your white jerseys. White jerseys. Now, if you're a West Virginia kid, we will have uniforms there for you. So make sure, guys, if you're a West Virginia kid, we will have uniforms for you. But if you are a Kentucky kid, white jerseys is what you wear if you're Team David. Collared jerseys will be Team Darryl. Jeff Large's team, you will take and wear collared jerseys, your colored away jerseys. So make sure you remember that. All right, this game is at 12 o'clock on Saturday. Make sure you're there at 11 o'clock. Get there, get warmed up. If you got any questions, you can message Jeff Large on Facebook or Ethan Cummings on Facebook. If you got any questions, or you can message us at D&D Sports Network. But this is your 6th grade Mountain Showcase, all Mountain team. Guys, make sure you guys, everybody comes out, supports these kids. We're going to take a commercial break. Then we'll be right back as we're moving up, getting into the 7th grade, getting into the meat of it. Come right back and join us.
If you was pushed out of the area because of loss of work in the coal industry, look no longer. Jim Marr is here for you. Jim Marr is now hiring for all positions in the coal field. Stop by their offices in Logan, West Virginia or in Wheeling, West Virginia and apply today.
Time out for great food. This season, everyone is stopping at Double Quick for their pregame and postgame snacks, drinks, sandwiches, and dinners. Come on in and grab a bucket of Double Quick chicken with all the sides, a real family meal for on-the-go eating. Then there's everyone's favorite, the famous Double Quick pizza rolls. Buy them 1, 2, or 6 at a time. We've got sandwiches galore, your favorite drinks, chips, and snacks, and so much more. Be sure and use your Double Quick rewards card, and good luck to all the teams from the team here at Double Quick.
Unfortunately, water, mold, or fire damage can happen to you. Restoration One of Southern West Virginia is available 24/7 to help take the stress out of your mess. Our primary goal is to respond and restore your property back to normal as quickly and safely as possible. When disaster strikes, Restoration One is your go-to cleanup crew. Save our number now in case you need us later. Whether the job is big or small, give Restoration One a call. 304-443-4959.
Looking for a new healthcare provider? Come see us at Tug Valley Wellness Clinic. We take all patients from the ages 2 and up. Our staff has over 30 years of medical experience. We do everything from DOT physicals, wellness exams, adult and child, walk-in visits, and more. Call us today at 304-236-3601 and reach us Monday through Friday.
Unfortunately, water, mold, or fire damage can happen to you. Restoration One of Southern West Virginia is available 24/7 to help take the stress out of your mess. Our primary goal is to respond and restore your property back to normal as quickly and safely as possible. When disaster strikes, Restoration One is your go-to cleanup crew. Save our number now in case you need us later. Whether the job is big or small, give Restoration One a call. 304-443-4959.
We're back. Oh yeah, the grind session, D&D Sports Network. It is it is draft night, but it is the D&D showcase. Oh yeah, coming this weekend in Jenkins, Kentucky. Darryl McCoy is getting us ready for this. Well, KJ as well for the 7th grade draft here. And man, oh man, there's some talent in this one, Darryl.
Flip a coin.
Coach, you'll have to mark them off as we pick.
Okay, I'll do my best here.
All right. Who's calling it this time for the coach?
I'll call it. Tails, I get Mason Hall. Heads, I get Kyle Maggard.
Okay, here we go. You get tails.
So I get Mason Hall.
Yeah.
So
I got killer Kyle Maggard.
There you go.
Call it for the pick, Coach.
Let's go. Here we go. Tails. You know it's going to be tails. Just go ahead.
Tails it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
I told you, Darryl McCoy.
You get the champs thing.
Yeah.
Champ Kyle Maggard.
Yeah. Appalachian Mountain Wrestling, the very best independent promotion in the mountains. Make sure you're tuning in. First pick, 7th grade. Man, oh man. And there's a slew of guys as I'm going over this right now, but I'll tell you who I'm going to go with. And no surprise, maybe that is somewhat of a surprise. Let's go with Mr. I tell you I'm going to go outside the box here, Darryl McCoy, and I'm going to go with. Excuse me, I'm going to change that. I'm going to go with Colton Hamilton from Betsy Lane.
Coat 45. Colton Hamilton. Good pick, Coach. Mark them off as we go.
Yes, sir.
Colton Hamilton. All right, and I already know who I'm going to go with for the second pick. I'm going to go with KJ Melton.
That's a
good name.
KJ Melton. And man, oh man, can he play. Me and Darryl's watched him play on 5 different occasions. That's a nice pick, Darryl. I tell you what, listen, I watched him work out with my son Braxton the last 3 weeks, Darryl McCoy, and man, oh man, he's showed some improvements, and I'm going to go with Graham Schutz from Adams.
Graham Schutz is Coach's number 2 pick.
From Adams Middle School in Prestonsburg.
Yep. He got to play up on some high school this year in JV and the summer ball, and I ain't gonna take no time here. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, I already know who I'm getting. That's Zane Varney from Pikeville.
That's a good one. I'll tell you what. Listen, we want to keep it together. He was Mingy Beef Jerky Player of the Game. He knows a little bit of something about Killer Kyle Maggard. And, yeah, we're going to keep it in the family, the bloodline. Kyler Maggard.
Kyler Maggard.
Man, oh, man.
Kyler Maggard. Great pick. Yeah. Listen, this is a kid that, he's got the size. If you guys have not seen Kyler Maggard, he's got the size. He's got the attitude. Not your normal 7th grader.
No.
Now, I'm going to take, I've not heard back yet. But I'm gonna take a gamble on this. I don't know whether I've not heard back whether he's gonna play or not. I think he may, but I'm gonna go with. Let's see. Well, actually, I'll double check here real quick before I do that. So I'm gonna go. Oh, shoot. I'm going with Greg Williams from Williamson.
There it is, Greg Williams from Williamson. And I'm looking for him here. Greg Williams from Williamson. There he is. You know what? And Darryl McCoy, and I'm going to slap me silly. Listen, I'm not doing my due justice. I'm overlooking things, not staying dialed in, looking at our player pool here. And what was I thinking? Leaving this young man on the board for so long? He could be a front runner for D&D Sports Player of the Year next year. And I'm talking about Caden Hall from Betsy Lane.
Oh, I forgot about him.
He was the MVP of that run in the 8th grade tournament for the Floyd County tournament. Caden Hall.
You're right.
Man, oh man, that kid's a baller. Listen, we got very fortunate getting him at the 4th pick.
Well, as I sit here and look, let's see, you got him 4th. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with a kid that really impressed me. During the Pike County tournament, and that's Jordan Belcher from Elkhorn City.
Yeah. And again. How he was we were there live in a living color doing it how only we can do it. Darryl McCoy and myself, county championship game. This guy's putting on a show as a 7th grader. Oh yeah, he's that good, ladies and gentlemen. His evolution as a player. Darryl McCoy, how did we let this young man slip? But David Jones is really happy. Kanan Ramey from Millard.
Yeah.
He is an absolute bucket getter.
So
man,
he might have been one of the top
that's
two.
Listen, I just noticed him here in the player pool.
Team Keathley and Jones, takes and gets a good one on us there. This kid right here really impressed me last year, and I'm gonna go off off what he done last year, and that's Elijah Figueroa, Figgy, getting Figgy with it.
Yeah, he is getting Figgy with it.
Yeah.
That young man, Elijah. All right, I don't need to wait any longer for this one. And me and Darryl McCoy has had a chance to watch this young man on a couple of occasions, and we said, you know what? Why wasn't this young man called up to the JV at Prestonsburg, right? We talked about that. We said, this young man needs to be a freshman. Yeah. Christian Click, Adams Middle School.
I'll tell you, I'm going to go ahead, since you picked that one, I'm going to go with Cruz Clark.
Yeah. That's a good one. From Adams Middle School as well. Adams Middle School from Prestonsburg, well represented.
Yeah, well represented in this one.
All right, listen, I don't know how this, it's like the mega powers exploding. Listen, they just may come to blows. It's opposing rival wrestling promotions. It's opposing.
You're going with Mad Max.
I'm going with Mad Max. Oh yeah, how will this coexist? Mad Max and Killer Kyler Maggard. Things will come unglued.
Well,
can they get along?
Well, I can tell you what. He better. If there's some playing time issues, we may see a fight on the sidelines.
You better believe it. That would be a great storyline.
Between the champs,
Yes.
Is this kid on your roster? She says she wants me to help you.
Again, Max Newsom, the son of.
Yes. I forgot all about this, and I'm glad you done it.
I watched this kid. He is a dog.
Okay, now KJ, you're.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
I can't see the roster. I just seen the thing.
Jason Harless.
Again, Jason, really good one. But just real quickly, again, Max Newsom, the son of the Mud Creek Nightmare. And that's going to be an interesting dynamic to play out. You want to tune in just for that, ladies and gentlemen. We may be seeing something happening there. All right, let's go with.
David Jones says, "Relax, KJ."
I like teammates teaming up, and I've done a pretty good job of that. Let's add to that. Well, that's a pretty good group. I'll go back to him because I think Darryl will leave him available. I'll go with I don't think Patton Trimble from Pikeville.
That's also a really good pick, and I meant to take him with my third pick, and I forgot all about him whenever I seen Greg Williams. So
Darryl.
With that being said, I'm gonna go with a kid that's I'm gonna go with Max Newsom's cousin. I'm gonna go with one of the hardest working kids that I've seen. A kid that you talking about 50-50 balls, you talking about defense. I'm going with Lincoln Hamilton.
That was who I was going with. That's a great pick. Yeah. Betsy Lane Bobcat.
Yep.
We're getting down. Listen, closing out.
Storyline galore.
Tons of storylines. 7th grade game. You're going to want to tune into this one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go with, as good as East Perry is at developing kids, West Perry does an excellent job as well. That's why Perry County, year in and year out, competing for a regional title in the 14th region. And I'm going to go with Ryan Day from West Perry.
Yeah, that we seen that kid definitely, and Kyle Maggard's the one that knows the kid very well. So good pick.
Yeah,
quality pick there. I'm gonna go with the kid from Crum, West Virginia, and I don't like his first name because I'm a Bengals fan, but I'm gonna go with Steeler Salmons.
Yeah.
Got to watch him a couple years back at the Williamson Fieldhouse. He's a bucket.
This is going to be one of those drafts we look back on, Darryl McCoy, where how some of these guys went to the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th pick.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Well, like we said, guys, this year D&D Sports Network, we expanded so quickly. The 6th and the 7th grade wasn't. We're just now getting to know a lot of these kids. A lot of them were household names already.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of them we're still getting used to. So bear with us as we pick these squads.
Yeah. Listen, 7th grade, not as familiar as we were a few years ago because we were in tuned because we were doing 300-400 junior high games. But you talk about in my just alone, you go down the middle of the pack, Caden Hall, Kanan Ramey, Christian Click. Man, oh man, those are first rounders, first picks, and I got them in the middle, 5th, 6th, 7th pick. All right, I'm going to go with from Elkhorn, Caden Adkins.
Who?
Caden Adkins from Elkhorn City.
Is that with a K?
It is. Kadyn. Never saw it spelled like that.
Adkins.
That's, yeah.
I spelled it wrong there, but well, I ain't gonna take any more time off. I'm gonna go with Jamison Reed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go up in the 16th region, snag me one. And I tell you, listen, credit these 16th region kids. These kids are wanting to get their name out, so they know. D&D Sports Network come up to the 16th region 2 years ago. We want to become household names, and they know this is the first step. So, really looking forward to these 16th region kids coming in.
Kyle Maggard used to be in the face, used to be in the good guy, used to getting cheered, and we want to keep it that way. We want to keep the good guys, that crowd on his side, and we're going to go with Mr. Tristan Campbell from Jenkins.
Yeah, and listen, I'm telling you right now, Coach, you got a dandy.
Yeah.
In this kid. Like I said, we haven't got the full roster from the coach yet of the Jenkins kids, so hopefully we can get them in these so we can fill them in before we go. So if you're wondering, guaranteed to be there's 2 spots on every team for Jenkins kids. Something that we do for hosting that. And Coach, I'm gonna go and hoping this kid.
Hold on a second here. Let's see. I keep seeing some stuff here. Let's see if he's still on the board. This kid here. Let me find him here. We don't say his name. I don't know.
7th grade edition, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 7th grade draft for the D&D Mountain Showcase. Yeah, you're with us all night long. We're going nowhere. I've got David Jones. I got David Jones on the D&D phone here.
Few names that ain't on there. Yeah, you got David on the back phone over there, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna hope and strike gold and hope this is another Jacob Spurlock. I'm gonna go with Colson Caldwell out of Boyd.
Yes.
Colson Caldwell.
Listen, it's.
We're down to the nitty gritty here, aren't we?
We're down to two picks. It looks like, and 3 picks, and I'm going to go back to another Jenkins kid, Braxton Lester.
Yeah, listen, I was hoping that you left him on the board.
Yeah.
He is the younger brother of
Aiden
Lester,
yeah.
And I tell you, I always tell you, if you're going to win, and you're going to win at a high level, you got to have a redheaded. And he's
sure.
a redheaded
You
kid.
have said
he plays
that.
Like it.
Yeah.
Let's see, River Lynch.
What's the 2 left?
There's 2. And Stiller, Sam. No, you selected Stiller. That's right. So that's the last one.
That's the last one?
River Lynch from Ashland.
All right. And listen, guys, if there's any that hasn't confirmed,
put your name around Hall.
If there's any that hasn't confirmed, we will get them on the roster. These are the ones that we had brought on. So if there's any of them that hasn't confirmed, we will try to get them on there. But show. We'll find out, but so we'll have a couple more really good players to add to this. But that's your roster right now, and this is going to be a game. I promise you guys, get in early because the tickets are going to be. I mean, Coach, look at all these names: KJ Melton, Zane Barney, Greg Williams, Graham Schutz, Colton Hamilton, Kyler Maggard, Caden Hall. I mean, you got supreme name power on both rosters. This is going to be a good one. You got Mason Hall versus Kyle Maggard. Two coaches are brash and don't care to get after it. So, guys, remember the team David is the home team this year. Team David will wear the white uniforms or the light colored uniforms. Now Team Darryl will wear the away colored uniforms. Now West Virginia kids, we will have uniforms for you. So, or if you have a AAU uniform or something that you want to wear, you can wear it. But we will have uniforms for you. So make sure, remember, home uniforms Team David, away uniforms Team Darryl. We'll take a quick break. Be right back for the 2024 8th grade Mountain Showcase Draft. Come right back and join us.
Looking for a new healthcare provider? Come see us at Tug Valley Wellness Clinic. We take all patients from the ages 2 and up. Our staff has over 30 years of medical experience. We do everything from DOT physicals, wellness exams, adult and child, walk-in visits, and more. Call us today at 304-236-3601 or reach us Monday through Friday.
There are buttons to button, snacks to prepare, math problems to help with, and boo-boos to kiss. If you have people who need you, you need life insurance. Talk to a Kentucky Farm Bureau agent about a policy that protects the ones you love. Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance. Big on commitment.
Start the new year off right by making your health a priority. Kentucky Mountain Health Alliance, Little Flower Clinic, Quantum Healthcare, and East Kentucky Chiropractic can help you do just that. We have a great staff of professionals offering a variety of services like medical, dental, behavioral health, mat program, case management, chiropractic, radiology, and lab testing. Little Flower Clinic offers free transportation for Perry County patients. Call to make an appointment, 487-9505. Quantum Healthcare, 436-0711. And East Kentucky Chiropractic, 487-8255.
D&D Sports Network. KJ, the Maestro's somewhere. I don't know where the Maestro's at. Washington, D.C., Darryl McCoy. And then we got Darryl McCoy. He's doing his best Maestro impersonation on the big board. It's the D&D draft night for the D&D Mountain Showcase, the biggest showcase event in the mountains, bar none. You're going to see it live from start to finish Saturday and Sunday, Darryl McCoy. It's going to be a happening in Jenkins, Kentucky. We're already up to the 8th grade team, boys edition, and the talent doesn't stop, Darryl McCoy.
Yeah, Jessica Sturgill says, not sure Ashton has confirmed. Yeah, we haven't heard from Ashton, so guys, let us know after the show, and we will try to, we'll get them fit into a team soon as the show's over. So let us know. If you let us know before, we'll try to go ahead and do it. So as we're getting ready to get started here, KJ, flip the coin. You got
those are the coaches.
We've got let's flip a coin first, so because I'm gonna try to keep Team Darryl over here.
Okay,
if it makes it easier.
Here we go.
All right, now tails, Darryl gets Robbie Joe Johnson. Heads, Team Darryl gets John Meade. What we got?
You got Robbie Joe.
Robbie Joe Johnson.
All right, Coach, for the first pick.
Listen, go ahead, tails. It's tails.
Nope.
Oh,
Darryl gets first pick.
I lost my first one. Watch out now.
I am tickled to death because it's no question who I'm taking.
Yeah.
I'm taking the young man from Chapmanville, West Virginia, former D&D Mountain Elite, going with Kodak Dalton.
Wow, and unbelievable, Darryl. Just while you're putting him on the board, the evolution of his body and strength, He's already a junior in an 8th grader's body. It's unbelievable to watch the contact, separation, finish. He put on a show at Shelby Valley and Betsy Lane.
There's 3 or 4 huge difference makers in this class. He's one of them.
Yeah.
You know, this kid's a stud. Already hearing from a couple different schools. That's big to start it in 8th grade as you know, Coach.
It's big time. My pick. Is going to be Mr. Nick Prater. Yeah, Mr. Versatility.
Well, both of them. When you talk 3 or 4 difference-making players,
he's one of them.
Yeah, he's one of them. You know, Coach, we was there when he got his first in-game dunk.
Yeah.
This year as an 8th grader.
Unbelievable.
That's gonna be a tough matchup. So right here. Let's see.
And Nick Prater, ladies and gentlemen, is a Perry Central product.
Is Mr. Buck on this list? Is he playing?
I've not heard of
We're
him.
not got a confirmation.
No. I think so, but we're not going to include him till he does. Now remember, the Salmons kid is a 9th grader.
Okay.
So right here. Well, I tell you who I'm gonna take, and this is probably the most physical force in the class. A kid, the Mountains, Ben Wallace. I'm gonna go with Brennan Daniel.
That was my next pick. You've got physicality and toughness with both those picks. I've got finesse with Nick Prater. I was trying to balance it with Brennan, but you got him. That's a big pick.
He was player of the game last year.
What, 18 rebounds?
Yep, 18 rebounds.
He's one from Johnson Central, right?
Yeah. So that was a big pick. All right. Okay. Let's go with Jonah Hicks from Mullins.
You got one of the quickest kids in it, and he was one of the surprises of the year. Everybody knows him for other sports.
Yeah.
This year he really flourished in basketball and has become one of the top players in the class. Huge pick there. I'm gonna take no time off this one, and I'm gonna go with Landon Priest.
Mr. Landon Priest, Wayne, West Virginia product.
Now he's got Coach. He's got they're a set of twins.
Yeah. Yep. All right, I'm gonna go with the comeback story. He's a fan favorite here in the mountains, and he's a D&D favorite, and that is let's go from Phelps. Well, Via Valley, right? Not Wallace.
Yep, he'll always be from Phelps, and he is him and Dakota Dalton is part of the D&D 2028 Mountain Elite team right now, who are doing huge things. Got big opportunities coming for these 2 kids.
Yeah.
So huge shout out to both of them. I'm going to
let's see it list.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna go with Braden Walton from West Side.
West Side.
West Side is the best side, as Tupac says.
You better believe it. KJ, he's doing his homework. He's reevaluating.
I'm looking here to see if I can help Darryl out with a couple.
Yeah. Let's go with a hometown product, and I'm going to go with Aiden Lester from Jenkins.
Kid can score, Coach.
Yeah.
Aiden Lester. He's a kid that can give you 30. I think he scored 50 in a game this year.
That's insane.
Yeah. So big get there. As man, this class is stacked, man. From top
I was
to
looking
bottom.
at it there. I don't think you go wrong with
sticking with the D&D Mountain Elite. For you folks that don't know Zoe Murphy, it's David Early's little brother. So
that's a good pick.
Yep.
There gives you some speed in the backcourt.
There you go. And there's still a couple. One that I don't think Coach is going to get, so I'm trying to save him.
Here's my. Well, I'll ask you that here in a second. But a little confused on that pool player. All right, so I tried to give you time, right, so you could do the dad-son thing, but I'm going to go with Connor, Joe Johnson, Betsy Lane.
Now, that's what I was getting ready to say, Coach. Mark him out because I'm pretty sure he can play, but I don't want you to waste a pick right now because he's still trying to figure out about baseball.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to do you wrong on that.
Yeah, a lot going on. So we'll remove Connor, Joe, and all right, let's go with. I'll tell you, I like this young man, Gage. Burgett, South Floyd.
Yeah, that you got a steal there, Coach. Gage Burgett. He was one. There's a couple players I thought you was going to let slip there, and he was one of them. So that took one off my board. But here with this one, I'm gonna go with Chase Hinkle from Martin County.
Yes. Let's go with here's all right. Let's go ahead. All right. So is Killer Kyler Maggard playing them both?
No, he's
okay.
He's saved.
Okay, I didn't know if he's gonna pull double duty, so he's off the list. And so let's go on down the player pool, and I'm gonna take Mr. Dylan Fields.
Dylan Fields. Now.
Fields, right?
Yeah. I will. Dylan Fields. All right. Now, Dylan Fields is the kid that last year was the kid that we said gave us shades of Kean Warts.
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna go right here. This is a kid that I was gonna take with like my third pick, but you let him go down, and I can't take a chance anymore. I'm gonna go with what may be the best pure PG of the group in Maddox Sarton.
We've talked about him on the grind session. And you got backcourt duo.
Yeah.
Chapmanville. All right. Man, oh man. 8th grade edition. If you're tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is 8th grade draft for the D&D Showcase event. Saturday and Sunday. It's Team David, Team Darryl. I'm locked in with Team David, and Darryl McCoy is locked in with KJ and the Maestro. And I'm going to go with Jace Hall from Shelby Valley.
That really nice, the pick. Now, right here, Coach, we was just talking about this young man, and I want to, he's tuning in, and he said, did you have to submit something? No, you didn't have to submit.
Just have to confirm.
We was told, you was selected, and we was told that before that you might have a schedule confliction, but let us know if you're playing if so we can put you on there. But Powell County's Connor Morganson.
We were just talking about it.
So if so, I'm gonna do Coach a solid, and I'm gonna Coach will get him because Coach was the first one to ask about him. But let us know if you're playing or not, Connor, so we can put you on there.
But let me just say this, Darryl. Listen,
this kid dropped 50 numerous times in the state tournament.
This kid is legit, and he's probably playing for a nice AAU program. But this will be Connor. If you come down, this will be the first time that you'll be on a big time platform stage in front of the entire mountain coverage area. He'll be there. So let's lock it in. Big time player, big time bucket getter. But let me go back to this and say this, because even my son, had a scheduling conflict last year, and I tried everywhere in the world. He was on his way back to come, so we changed it up a little bit. If you're gonna be, listen, if you commit, ladies and gentlemen, show up and be there. If you don't know, because sometimes you, like a Connor, okay, if you come and later on, right, Darryl, like we talked about, okay, that's great, but
he's
make sure.
He's gonna be a star when he comes to competes. This kid is legit,
right?
You know, we got 3 kids that's going to be up for Player of the Year.
He's one.
And we're going to have. Well, there's 4 kids that's in the 8th grade group that's up for Player of the Year. 3 of them's playing in this game, and he's one of them.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So great that you're.
One's Coda Dalton. Then you got Nick Prater, and then you got our guy Coda Dalton, Nick Prater, and you got our guy Andrew Terry in Housley.
Right. So listen, you confirmed that's big time.
Yeah. Andrew will be the only one that's considered for Player of the Year that won't be there. But those will be one of them 4. 3 of them's going to be showing out. So great job to get your name out there, Connor. We couldn't be more excited to have you.
So it's your pick now.
Yeah. Now here. Now Andrew Collins.
There we go. That's.
That's.
Oh, come on now. Did he commit?
Well, that's what we're looking at. No, take that back. No, I'm not taking him because I don't think his sister's playing. I don't think he is.
Okay.
So we'll try to get confirmation on that. He ain't on our list as committed. So, and I tell you, I can't go any further because I sat there and I figured that you would jump on one of them, but I can't go any further because I knew you'd let them hang out there. But I'm going with Colton Priest, the other twin.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Coach, if you haven't seen these 2 twins play,
they're both about 6'4".
Yeah, I mean these kids are ready for high school starting.
Well, you've got size, physicality. You've assembled a heck of a team for Robbie Joe. All right, I'm feeling really good now. We talking about Nick Prater. We're talking about Jonah Hicks, Knox Wallace. Oh yeah, Connor Morganson, Aiden Lester, Gage Burgett, Dylan Fields, and then we're going to go with Mr. Gavin from Valley. Gavin Adams.
Did somebody pick Jace Hall and you didn't write it down?
Oh yeah, Coach did. So Jace.
Well, no, you gave him Connor instead of Jace.
Oh
yeah. So Jace is backing up.
Jace is still in the pool.
That's right.
Well, I will go. I'm gonna go with Jace Hall.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Let me make sure here. I'm going with Jace Hall.
Coach picked him, and then Connor come in.
Yeah.
You gave him Connor.
Now I tell you right now, there's one on here that belongs, with the best of the best, and see if Coach grabs him here, snags him.
I tell you what, I'm going to go with.
You wouldn't know this kid.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Connor Booth.
That kid, spoke to Coach Blevins, had nothing but praise for this young man, and I tell you, I watched him at the EA showcase this past weekend. Kid can play. You got a treat with him. But here, I didn't think I was going to be able to make this happen. And there's still a couple on here. I'm going to go with Jamison Ison. But no, I still think Coach is going to.
All right. We're just rolling along here. 8th grade draft here. And I'm going to go with Mr. Jacob Vance from Chapmanville.
Listen, KJ can tell you. This young man, he had a grinder, you know, this kid is the one you got to have to win ball games with. That was a really good pick from Chapmanville. Here, I'm going to go. This is the one that I knew Coach wouldn't take. So I'm glad he stuck around here. And this is a kid that should have been picked in the top 3 or 4. I'm going with Braden McCormill from Wayne. Yeah, they got a 3-headed monster that's going up to.
And you got all 3 of them on the same team.
Yep. Yeah, they're going up to Coach Meddings, and people's going to be really surprised how good Wayne is next year.
Listen, Luke from Valley, Luke Collins, is that?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe, Valley.
Yeah, Luke was one that stood out to us in years past. Now, man, there's a couple here, and I don't know which one I want. Both really good players. This is tough. I'm gonna go with Parker Stiltner from Thornton.
Yeah, solid performer.
Yeah.
We've watched him several times this year. You know, Darryl McCoy, and a lot of people don't like to hear it over. West Virginia, listen, they got their cliques, they got their, bloodlines run deep, loyalty runs deep. But I tell you what, I'm gonna go with Eli Sperry from Hearts.
No, he was one. He's also on the D&D Mountain Elite 2018.
Yeah.
I can't believe he dropped that for me.
No, I can't either. I thought Coach would be like Hearts. I don't know much about him, and let him sit there.
Yeah.
But you got a stud. You got a stud right there. That only leaves.
How many got left, Coach?
So see Trevor Copley, and
it looks like 3. One.
You got Trevor Copley.
Braden Walden.
We got him.
Okay, so he's off. So Jameson Isom from Louisa.
Got him. So the only one
Trevor
Copley.
Copley. That's it.
Yep. So Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor Copley.
What was the other Braden Walden
from Crum?
Yeah, listen, that Crum, they got a couple really good ones. That Parker Stacy kid. They got a nice young team coming up, and this right here, the Waldron kid is from West Side. So there is your 8th grade group, 2028-2024 Mountain Showcase 8th grade group.
Okay.
Robbie Joe Johnson or Coach Dislin. It is your away uniforms. So that means your collared uniforms you will wear. West Virginia kids, we got you. We got your uniforms. So don't worry about bringing them. If you do bring them, bring your AAU uniform. Do not bring your school uniform if you're a West Virginia kid. We want to make sure that everything, that nothing, can be misconstrued. So make sure you guys bring your AAU, or we'll have uniforms for you there if you're a West Virginia kid. Now, John Mead's team and he is the Pike. For you folks that don't know, this is Pike County champion versus Floyd County champion. 2 great coaches, 2 of the best, and they will wear their white uniforms. Wear your white uniforms. So, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back as we do the girls' middle school. Come right back and join us here on the Grind Session Draft Night.
April is Oral Cancer Awareness Month. Did you know every hour, 365 days a year, someone dies of oral cancer? Yet when detected and treated early, survival rates may increase. Little Flower Clinic would like to encourage you to call and schedule a visit with our dental team. Our professionals do oral cancer screenings on every new patient or cleaning. Make the call. Schedule that appointment today with Dr. Tamara Corellis or Dr. Arnold Sloan, 487-9505. Remember, awareness today could bring a cure tomorrow.
If you want to make your dream home come true, call Solid Rock Development today. Check out some of these interior and exterior jobs they've done over the past few years. Solid Rock Development is making custom dream homes come true at a great price. Family owned, family operated, and faith backed. Give us a call today at Solid Rock Development.
Looking for a new pharmacy? Howard Family Pharmacy offers fast and friendly service and convenient drive-thrus at both locations.
If you've recently had a loved one pass, bring them to Hall & Jones Funeral Home in Virgie, Kentucky. We let you grieve in peace instead of worrying about a heavy financial burden of burying a loved one. Here at Hall & Jones, we have multiple chapels that can accommodate any size family. We look forward to helping you and your family here at Hall & Jones.
Made in America. What does that mean? It means jobs. It means craftsmanship. And when it comes to Vaughan Bassett furniture, it means value. And Kemper recognizes that. That's why they've dedicated an entire gallery to Vaughan Bassett. Made in America. See the quality. And now, see the price. Come see your favorite Kemper store in Hazard, London, or Somerset.
If you're looking for a great selection and a great experience for your next Harley-Davidson, come on down to Mountain State Harley-Davidson here in Del Barton, West Virginia.
We have new 2023 models in stock and ready for delivery. Special financing available.
Or choose pre-owned with one of the largest inventories in the tri-state area with great low prices.
Visit our showroom filled with licensed Harley-Davidson apparel and more.
Don't write that check until you check with us, Mountain State Harley-Davidson, 61 Priest Bottom Road, or visit us online at mountainstatehd.com. If you're looking for a great selection and a great
network, it's draft night, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Coach Kevin Keathley, KJ, and oh yeah, the Big Dipper 2.0, Little Dipper, Darryl McCoy. We're locked in all night long. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Best coverage anywhere. It's entertainment times 10. So it's girls middle school action. And I just want to remind folks before Darryl gets going here is, ladies and gentlemen, I see people posting. I'm even getting messages saying, why isn't this kid selected? This kid needs to be on there, so on and so forth. Darryl's mentioned it several times. If they've not committed 100%, they're not put in the player pool. So there might be some guys that you better believe it deserve to be in this All-Star game, but can't do it unless they're completely committed. So if you see some names out, that's probably why.
Yeah. So as you're sitting here, we are, I'm getting words in here, so KJ, we're going to flip the coin. The girls' middle school is coached by Trevor Noble and Crystal Allen. So Trevor Noble is the Fleming Neon coach. Crystal Allen was the coach at Betsy Lane. She's notorious here in the mountains. Used to coach Betsy Lane High School. So heads, I get Crystal. Tails, I get Trevor Noble.
Trevor Noble.
I get Trevor Noble. And tails never fails.
Coach for the pick.
Heads. Let's get it.
Coach gets first pick.
Oh yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, listen. That's
3 out of 4, Coach.
Yeah, I'm on a roll here. I need to get into that sports betting that's going on in Kentucky. But Darryl McCoy, I'm looking at this 8th grade or girls middle school. And honest to goodness, there's probably 7 girls, young ladies that could go number 1 overall.
Yeah.
And it's just pick them, however you want to build a team. And, there's 2 players that play very similar in style. But I'm probably, number 1 pick, I'm going to go with Carly Stanley from Johnson Central.
And that's why that was one of the most important coin flips of the day.
But there's a young lady there that plays almost identical in a draft. But Carla Stanley, Darryl, Johnson Central, you saw what Johnson Central was about on the D&D Sports Network, what she brought to the table as a junior high athlete for that really good team.
When you are home and away, are you referring to your middle school uniforms? Yes, we are, Darren Brewer. And Dalton, we sent an invite out to somebody to get to you. If you're playing, we 100%. You're one that needs to be in this.
You better believe it.
Yeah. But we was told you would be out of town, so let us know if you're going to play.
Got to confirm. Last year and years before, we still put guys on that were 50-50. But we can't do that again this year. So it left some holes. You got to confirm and 100% in on this showcase event.
Yeah. So as we're sitting here again, guys, this is only a situation where only so many kids get asked. A lot of this you are took and referred to as your coach. Area coaches take and pick kids that they played against that stood out, and we pick kids that we know, and normally that lines up perfect. But just so if you're wondering why it's picked now, we put this out there for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
If people wants to play, then you need to reach out and see if we have any slots left. Because we can only do, if we didn't get to see certain teams, we don't know about that kid.
Right.
But there is a couple slots left in different classes if you're looking to play. But listen, Dalton Gillespie, he's a kid now.
Yeah.
We obviously want that kid if he
Absolutely.
Now, let's see, as we go with the girls here, Dalton Gillespie is a stud.
Had a big time performance at the T3 TV event, and big performer with that 8th grade team at Pipe.
So you're going with Carly Stanley.
Johnson Central via Belfry. The younger sister of Kylie Stanley.
I'm going to.
Girls middle school action here.
I'm going to go with Maddie Fronapple.
I was wondering. I said, if not, backcourt looking really good. Listen, there again. There's 3-4 names on here. I'm saying, do I go here? Do I go there?
This is a stat class.
It's a really good junior high. You're going to want to tune in for this one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm battling back and forth, but I believe I can get her on the next pick. So I'm going to go with Miley Colgrove. Miley Colgrove, Darryl McCoy.
You know it's a 6th grader, right?
She's a baller, right?
Uh-huh.
She's a baller, right?
You sure you want to?
Well, let's go with her. One of Darryl's favorites.
That would have been my next pick. So you got a stud.
A big time pool of players to pick from.
As I sit here and look, I'm gonna go. I can't not take this young lady. I'm going with Lindsey Baldwin.
That's a good one. That is a good one. But I tell you what, Lindsey Baldwin, I've got her. I've got an opposite, almost one that plays similar, and she's from Floyd Central, and I'm going to go with Maddie Engel. From Floyd Central.
Who?
Maddie Engel. From Floyd Central.
Now this young lady, I forgot all about her. She did she start for Floyd Central? She was started with 6.
She was playing big time minutes.
Yeah, now we just got news. So who got the last 8th grade pick?
In boys.
Yeah.
Hold on, I see.
As KJ finds that out, because we just got another piece.
What we got? Gillespie.
No, No. Well, I ain't heard from Gillespie yet. But Grayson Sanders.
Yeah.
Yeah. KJ, one of KJ's favorites.
He's in one of your top picks.
Yeah. Now,
is that Robbie Joe and him? Is that Robbie Joe and John Meade? It goes to Coach Keathley. John, it will go there.
So you get
John Meade.
You get Grayson Sanders from Logan. So
that's a nice addition.
Now here, listen. At the end of the day, when you sit here and you look, I got great guard play. I'm going with size, and I'm going with a mammoth. I'm going with Macy Maynard. This young lady, as she continues to work and develop, Coach, this is a girl that's going to have a Division I body.
I'll tell you what, that was my next pick, and now we got to kind of recalibrate here, figure out.
Daughter of Nate Seegers and Brandy Maynard, Nate Seegers, former Williamson legend.
So far, I'm telling you, some nice names on this middle school girls showcase event. I'm going to go with you know what? Now I heard you speak highly of her, and I'm hearing a lot of good things about this young lady, and that's J.C. Norman.
Yep. The J.C. Long, athletic, the really nice pick, 6th grader out of Pikeville High School. As we said, Coach, we see people tuning around. We got people sending that people's at bars right now watching this. At bars, they're at their house on their 84. I just got to 84-inch big screen.
Man.
Yeah, tuning into the draft. As I said, popcorn ready and D&D on the big screen. So as we're sitting here, Coach, producer KJ, when you look, I think we've got to go with Reggie Gravely's daughter, Isabella Gravely. Dorton product at Mullins. And last year, she's a girl that, I forgot what concert. I think it was Taylor Swift concert she might have been at, and come all the way back or she played in the game and left straight out to a Taylor Swift concert. This girl can ball.
And just to remind folks, Darryl McCoy, listen, again, if you're tuning in and saying, why isn't this young lady, why isn't this young man mentioned? Well, listen, they've not confirmed, or maybe they had a previous engagement, won't be there, or they haven't confirmed yet. So we got to go with what's in the player pool. Confirmations. That's who we're going with. So if you're wondering why maybe your daughter or son's not in it, or if you're a coach and they want to be, get a hold of Darryl McCoy, message him, let him know, hey, he wants to be involved if the invitation was sent.
Yeah, because if we got spots left, we will try to ask. And like I said, guys, listen, if you wasn't asked, it's probably because we didn't get to watch you or one of the area coaches. So it could be a simple mistake. So we got a couple slots left in a couple of classes. So message and ask us, and we might be able to get you on there. So coach, who you want next?
All right. So we're going to go with Pikeville. We're going to go with speed. We're going to go with athleticism. We're going to go with Charlize Compton from Pikeville.
that was one I was hoping that you weren't going to pick her, because she was my next pick, Coach. That girl, people will find out she's one of the best kids in the class.
Yeah.
She talking about work ethic on top of work ethic. Give me her any day.
Absolutely.
Now I'm gonna go with I'm gonna stick at Mullins, and I'm gonna go with Shania Linton.
Oh, yes, Shania Linton, Mullins product, and ladies and gentlemen, her father, who played at U-Pike, tragically passed away.
There's two more that I really want on here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady has all the potential in the world. She's probably gonna be 6'1", 6'2". So Darryl got a really good one with Shania Linton.
Me and KJ went to school with her mother, Heather Martin.
Yeah, that's right. Heather Linton. Yeah, whatever she said, I believe. Yeah, right. I know Heather. Let's go with. Okay.
There's two that I really want on here.
Breaking lose, Belfry beat Pikeville to go to the All-A State.
Oh, wow. Huge upset. Well, it depends on who's pitching.
Yeah, I think Fawn is.
Yeah, if Fawn's pitching, it's not so much of an upset.
Darryl, I'm going to go with Cassidy Bowling.
Cassidy Bowling out of Letcher County. I'm going to go with Jenna Hatfield out of Logan.
Yes. His coach's daughter.
Yes.
She's a player.
All right. Let's go with Maddie Collins from Betsy Lane. Those Bobcats.
Now, right here, I'm confused the way this list was written out. Now, is Maddie Collins and Kate Collins the same? Is there not a Kate Collins? I think I've seen that on here somewhere. Kate Collins. We'll find out on that one. And listen, as we're sitting here now, I'm gonna stick with one of the leading scorers on Shelby Valley's middle school. I'm going Kaylee Bowershot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Before we get too far ahead and we forget, Darryl, Jessica Wright Tackett says, I confirmed Ashton Tackett's with Brianna Deskins.
Okay, so, and Ashton is an 8th grader?
I think he was a 7th, wasn't he? That we was talking about, I'm not sure. Let us know if Ashton is 7th or 8th grade.
Yeah, let us know, and that way, because we definitely want to put him on there.
Darryl, real quick, we've got, and it's maybe, we may not have that locked in yet, the times for the 9th and 10th grade boys game.
The 9th is at 11, and the 10th is at 1. Yeah.
And that's going to be on Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday.
Maddie Collins is a freshman.
Yeah, that's what I.
Kate Collins.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maddie, I thought she was.
Yeah.
So you got to take Maddie off her.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was going to try to sneak one in there.
Yeah, Kate Collins is. Who you thinking?
Let's go with Kate Collins in place of that. And again, for people wondering, that is 11 a.m. the 9th grade game on Sunday and 1 p.m. Sunday the 10th grade game.
Yeah. The 10th grade is at 1. Girls underclassmen will start that day on Sunday at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this going here. Ashton is a 7th grader, so let's see who they'll have the last pick on 7th grade. We know where to put Ashton.
And who do you got right now?
My pick. Okay, I thought we were waiting on KJ. No, listen, I'm going to go with Emma Dixon from Betsy Lane.
Good pick.
Listen, in another lifetime, I was a Bobcat myself. You wouldn't know it though, Darryl McCoy. They're sometimes not fan friendly over there with old Coach Keathley.
Now,
Ashton Deskins will be on Maggard's team with Coach Keathley and David.
Okay, Ashton Tackett.
Yeah.
Will be on Team David, coached by
Maggard.
Kyle Maggard. So he will wear the home white uniforms. Now, Coach, I'm going to go with one of the girls that impressed me more than anybody, young girl from Johns Creek. She stayed loyal, stayed true. This young lady, you want to know who one of the next big stars is at Pike Central. It's Gracie Rattler.
From Johns Creek. A lot of tradition back in the day with Johns Creek, Gracie Ratliff. Okay.
And there's one more I'm really wanting.
I'm going to go with Anna Lee Davis from Martin.
That's who it was. Listen, when you have Coach Robin Newsom ranting and raving, you know you're a baller.
Right.
With that, I'm going to. This one here is a coaching legend's daughter. I'm going with Addison. She ain't the one I was originally going to take, but when you got a legend like Randy Davis, you better take his daughter.
Right. Okay, and let's go with Priestley Decker from Logan.
Okay, she's a good one.
Yep, that's what I was getting ready to say.
That Logan Middle School girls team, they just lost one game the year before last when we covered them. I don't know how they did this year, but that's where Micah Adams went, and then she went to Nitro, and they won a state championship this year, and she was a freshman.
I'm gonna go with Micah Adams. I forgot to get up with her. She mentioned wanting to play in this, and I forgot to get up with her because she's out of her coverage area, but still was going to let her. Remind me to message her.
Yeah, she went to Nitro as a freshman, and they won a state championship. They upset Wayne in the semis.
In my mind, one of the top three freshmen in the state. Okay, Coach, how many we got left?
Yeah, you're up. Oh, I'm up next.
Yeah.
Let's just move like that.
June Quillen.
Yeah, June Quillen. All right, so scratch her off, and we're off and running. So I'm going to go with Kaylin Sloan from Phelps.
That right there, one of the steals of the night. Kaylin Sloan played a ton of varsity action.
Yeah.
She's a girl that's ready.
Yeah.
Seems like you're reading my mind.
And Darryl, we're down to, as far as I can see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, the Vance girl ain't here, so
okay.
Mark her off.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go with Kennedy Allen.
Yeah. Kennedy Allen. All right. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to go with Isabella. Great.
I already got her.
What?
Yeah, Isabella Great.
Yeah, you got her up there. Yeah, that's right. That's the one. All right, let's go with Kaylin Sammons.
Now, is that the last one?
And it's Tulsa, and then you got I've got 2 by mine. 2 left is what it's saying.
Payston Stewart.
There it is. And that leaves. That's like Cassidy Bowling. That could be a double.
I got.
Yeah.
Her, didn't I?
Yeah.
No, you already got her.
Yeah, it's a double.
Yeah. You already got her. I think
Yeah.
that's it. Ain't it?
Yeah, we had her in the pool. That's it.
That's it. So, Team Darryl. Again, guys, Team Darryl will wear the collared uniforms. Team David will wear your white uniforms. So make sure white is on Team David, collared is on Team Darryl. Trevor Noble's team collared, Crystal Allen's will wear white. Guys, look forward to seeing you guys. Make sure you guys get over and support these kids. This will be the middle school that wraps up the middle school day on Saturday. So at 12 o'clock will be the 6th grade game. 2 o'clock will be the 7th grade game. Girls middle school will be at 4, and then the 8th grade game will be the main event at 6. So make sure everybody gets out after a good day at Hillbilly Days and enjoy a great day of basketball. As we're going to take a quick break, we'll be right back with the high school showcases starting up. Come right back and join us. We are back here at Glenn Martin Hammond's office, Cold Run. This is draft night for the 2024 Mountain Showcase with Coach Kevin Keathley, Darryl McCoy, producer KJ. We got David Jones and the maestro Thomas Rainey on the boards in the comment section, making sure they tune in and give their thoughts. Guys, let us know your thoughts. Again, guys, we may have 1 or 2 slots in certain classes, so if you did not get picked, don't get mad. Just message and let us know, because listen, this has been hectic with the ever-growing coverage area. I promise, if you was good enough to play, you wasn't left off on purpose. So as we're getting ready to get started, guys, Lindsay Kaiser, she was on the list, but we didn't get to see her. Lindsay Kaiser from Logan will be on Crystal Allen. That's Team David, so she will wear white uniform. We will have some for her, so make sure Lindsay Kaiser, we will be in contact. But huge get, KJ. You've seen her play a few times. Girl can ball.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the freshman class.
Oh my!
As we said, we got
loaded
a couple names here that we're still waiting to get confirmation on. We got a couple big names that we're waiting for confirmation on, and also got a couple kids from Huntington Prep and a couple huge name mountain kids that we're still waiting to get. So we will not pick them right now. And your freshman is Cameron Smith.
Howard, right?
No. Winston Lee.
Yeah, Winston Lee.
Yeah. So heads, I get Cameron Smith. Tails, I get Winston Lee.
You get Cameron Smith.
Yeah.
Cameron
Smith.
Smith.
Pick. You hit 3 out of 4.
Brother.
Cameron Smith named Coach of the Year.
Yeah, Coach of the Year. Congratulations.
Yeah.
And listen, deserving.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Heads.
And Coach picks first.
Man, I'm telling you, I'm good. First pick. And this is where it's going to, because I know where Darryl's going to go. And so I'm going to have to, it's like chess. So you pick one, you got to, I got to match up there. But I've been battling who to go with here. And you could go a couple different directions, ladies and gentlemen. I probably know this 2027 class as well as anybody. And it is loaded again. Do you go guard play? Do you go post play? Because it's even Steven, you go either way. But I'm going to start guard play, and I'm going to stay with my guy here that Darryl knows I've been an advocate of since he's been a 5th grader from Belfry. And I'm going to pick Zaid Rash as the number 1 pick.
There you go.
And
Belfry guys.
I think Darryl's going to go one of 2 ways here.
With this, I'm going to stick with guard play, and
Okay.
I'm going with what may be the best pure point guard in the class in the mountains, and that's Elijah Neal out of Russell. If you've not seen this guy, Google him.
Elijah Neal, one of the top scorers in his class in the state of Kentucky for Russell, and having a really good he's playing for Bob. I can't think of his AAU team. Have not. But he's had a good weekend. He had a good weekend. Elijah Neal's really good. That's a nice matchup. So Darryl didn't go where I thought he was going to go, because I was going to try to put together a big time backcourt. But so I'm going to go guard, post, and yeah, they're former teammates. And I'm going to go with Tyler Weddington.
Tyler Weddington.
Yes.
You're going with the big fella, sticking that duo together.
You got chemistry there.
Yeah.
Tyler Weddington, the big dog, averaging a double-double.
Yes.
This year, state's leading rebounder.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm sure Coach Smith is unhappy of that. And guys, looks like we had a couple more that we did not see. We'll try to confirm it here in a second. Now these 2 girls, a couple girls from Mullins. If you didn't see them, go back and watch our EA special and check these Johnson twins out from Mullins. Them and Cam Akers has confirmed. So we will go back here in just a second. See, you got the Logan girl. So I'm gonna go with Akers. So Akers will be on Team Darryl.
Then you split the twins.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think.
Well, he gets the next pick. Which twin does he want?
Yeah, the coach. When I don't know if you know him, but I had the benefit of seeing them.
Yeah.
Julie and Jessa Johnson. You can't go wrong with either one.
Well, Julie.
I know what one I want.
Yeah, let's go with Julie.
You're going with Julie Johnson. So Julie Johnson will be on Team David, and then Jessa will be on Team Darryl. So Cam Akers and Jessa will be on Team Darryl. You will wear collared uniforms, and Julie, you'll wear your white uniforms. And listen, their coach has done nothing but rant and rave about these three girls. I cannot wait. Cam, I've heard a lot about her, but not got to see her as much. But these Johnson twins, they're fun to watch. Now,
Kate Collins did not confirm she won't be there. She's in an AAU tournament in Cincinnati.
Well, that works out even better.
Yeah.
So as the
2027 boys.
So that just puts Johnson in her place. So it works out good.
Loaded class here, Darryl.
So 2027 boys, you took Tyler Weddington.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Jonah Arnett out of Raceland.
That's a good one. Jonah can play. All right. I'm going to listen. A little battle. I've got three guys I'm going back and forth on here. But I feel confident I can get one of those next two. So I'm going to take a young man that you're high on.
Don't pick Cole. No, seriously, don't.
Clark Huff.
Yeah, Clark Huff out of Boyd County, sharpshooter.
Yeah.
I guess I know where Darryl's going here.
Yeah, no, that wasn't okay. I'm gonna go with Aiden Barker out of Elliott County.
And Darryl, we had a chance to see Elliott County.
Yeah, and I already know that there's two that I think you're gonna like some. So I'm.
Yeah, you're playing a little chess with me. But I could. But I tell you what, I'm gonna. You can go either way with them. I'll go with Christian Johnson from Floyd Central.
I was hoping you weren't gonna say that because I always like to see him and Weddington battle each other.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with Preston Sloan.
Man, there we go. Yeah. That's a good one.
Not taking any time.
No, you're not at all. And these are, ladies and gentlemen, you got to be locked in and committed. All right. So listen, no, what we call it, Darryl McCoy? No.
Johnny come late.
Yeah, or tomfoolery going on here.
No tomfoolery.
Let's go with. I tell you what. And this may to my detriment. This is going against everything in my DNA in terms of running all day, running all night, running a little longer. So my team's being built a little different here. This is more of a Darryl McCoy type team. But I'm going to go with, oh, man. Do I want to go that route? It could backfire.
You're still a really good point guard.
Oh, yeah.
Still on that.
I know where you're going. And I'll tell you what. I'll give you one more opportunity. I'm going to go with Carter Jude.
I knew it to you. That's who I was talking about.
Yeah.
So
Brick Shot reunited.
Old Brick Shot team there. So as sitting here, I'm gonna
And I can tell you right now, nobody knows the 2027 class and on up like we do.
No.
So if we're telling you the kid's a baller, he's a baller. All right. I'm just surprised here that you've not taken this young man, but I'm going back and forth because I need some perimeter play. I'm going to go with Ethan.
That's the one.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. Braden Hall. The sharpshooter. Got to know Braden more intimately, Darryl. Last summer, him and his dad. Braden Hall came up big this year for Betsy Lane.
Coach's son played a ton of varsity minutes. Kid can shoot the lights out of it, coach, and one of the most improved kids from start to finish. The kid will shock you how good this kid's.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna take and let's see. You got bigs. I've got to get some bigs in here. I'm gonna go with Gavin Combs from Betsy Lane.
Yes, sir. He might be, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you this, and I think his data agree. If Coach Howard and that coaching staff will work with that young man, he might be the biggest turnaround. And not that he can't play right now, but I'm talking about there's so much untapped potential with Gavin Combs that this young man could be a absolute difference maker next year for the Bobcats. Gavin Combs is about 6'7". Let's go with. All right, listen. This young man, he's been in the gym. He's getting back. He's getting his swag back. Getting his back to where he was when I saw him as in junior high, and really like this young man. Clay Runyon from Prestonsburg.
Clay Runyon
from Prestonsburg.
You're going with shooters.
Yeah, Runyon and Hall on each wing. They can knock them down.
You're going with the shooters, though. So with that being said, I'm gonna stick. I got Gavin Combs and got Gage Green who can play the perimeter, but I'm gonna go with another big, and this is one of the best kept secrets out of West Virginia, Jacob Endicott.
You need him to match up with Whitaker down low.
Yeah.
All right, listen. I've watched this young man compete for a long, long time. Oh, he's a Shelby Valley favorite. They love him. They know him only as one name. Wee Man. Yeah, from Valley. Wee Man, Caden Justice.
Caden Justice.
He can shoot it.
So, well, that's going to leave me. I'm going to take a kid that I know nothing about, but I'm going to take a man's word. And Coach Matthew Perry tells me this young man can ball. I'm going with Eli Bradley.
Yes. Eli Bradley. Let's make sure here. All right. Let's go with the Alex Martin from West Logan.
Addicts.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Addicts.
KJ, you know that kid really good. He's the brother of Aiden Martin.
Yeah.
And kid can play. Now, as we looked up, KJ, we got some making up to do here. Let's see. We're gonna. Looks like. Oh shoot! I didn't even. Well, this is no brainer for me. I'm going with Jackson Waller.
That's from Tulsa, right?
No.
Raceland.
Raceland. Oh shoot.
Did I give one away?
Yeah, but I tell you what, I'm going to go with Alex Gillum from Letcher.
The Alex Gillum. And I'm going with CJ Waller.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, size there. He's about 6'4".
Yeah, size, and this kid might be the surprise of the game. The C.J. Waller.
Go ahead, Darryl.
He gets hit because people don't get to see him as much, but this kid's going to be a stud.
All right,
So
listen, that leaves two. Blake, let's go with Blake Hicks.
Who's Darryl end up with?
And he's going to end up with, that's going to leave you with, I think that's it because,
that's it.
That's ninth grade.
Team Darryl will be Cameron Smith, and again, guys, we got a couple ninth graders that may be playing in this. Just so you guys know that wasn't on there. Some of the biggest names might still be here, so we're still waiting to see. And then we also got a couple from Huntington Prep that may be coming, so we had to save a few spots for them. So we're waiting before we, draft them. But that will leave, you have Blake Hicks, so the next pick will go to me, then you'll get the one after.
All right, sounds good.
But guys, this is your ninth grade 2027. Cameron Smith, Team Darryl will be the collared uniforms. Team David will be the white home uniforms. So make sure that you bring them. Again, West Virginia kids, high school, if you're going into high school or in high school, make sure we will have uniforms for you. So do not bring your school uniforms. So we'll take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the sophomore class. Come right back and join us here on the D&D Sports Network. Back here at Glenn Martin Hammond's office, guys, we are here. If you're in it for the win, call Glenn. If you're needing a lawyer that can get you the judgment you're looking for and the outcome you deserve. This segment is sponsored by Kemper Furniture, located in Hazard, Kentucky. If you're looking for furniture, call Thomas Kemper and our friends at Kemper Furniture. Could not do this without them. We are coming up here for the sixth, this is the sixth team, I think, of the night that we're picking here. And this will be our sophomores coach, and we know this group really well. So, and we just got a late confirmation. We added him to the thing. So, Coach, KJ flipped the coin, and here again, got two stud coaches in this. Let me sure that which one's juniors and which one's seniors before I tell you.
And Darryl's mentioned every time Darryl tuned us in to who accepted to be the coach of each class, I was blown away, Darryl. The names that are part of this event, you can't go wrong.
No.
Big time coaches.
And this one here, making sure that I got this one right. Let's see. And
yeah, Darryl's checking it out. But
trying to think.
This is like, KJ, this is like the USA Up All Night days. Listen, you're tuned in. You're not going to want to turn away. You don't know what could happen here.
No, and in the sophomore group, it is. I know. Trying to think. That's why I didn't have it written down. Got two premier coaches in the area: Casey Huff versus Mike Howard.
Yes.
So tails, get Casey Huff. Heads, Mike Howard.
You got Mike Howard.
Mike Howard.
Coach, here goes for the pick. You hit 4 or 5.
Heads. Keep it heads. You know it's heads.
No, Darryl gets this one.
My gut told me tails.
Yeah.
Honest to goodness. So.
Darryl, you get the first pick too.
First pick. So let's see who we got in this loaded sophomore class. I'm going to. Go.
Loaded with PGs. Loaded.
I'm gonna go. I'm going Chris Spriggs.
Yeah, I knew he was going with Chris, and now I got to play a little chess because.
Guard, coach.
Yeah, because I had a combo in mind for my number 1 pick, but I'm gonna believe I can get him next pick.
You better not get away too long.
I know you want. I know exactly who you want, and I'm
the
gonna,
top one. Don't pick it. The top one on there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's who you were.
No, that it would be, but.
Yeah. All right, I tell you who I'm going to go with because he's a combo guard, can play both positions, and got to have a scoring event like this. I'm going to go with Jackson King.
Former Player of the Year, Jackson King. Now, wasn't him and Spriggs? Was that
co-players of the year.
Yeah, Jackson King and Spriggs was co-players of the year. No surprise, they're the first two picked here for the Mountain Showcase. I'm going here. I'm going with what may be the most athletic kid, the group, kid that can flat throw it down. And now there's two Devin Maynards. I'm going with the one from Martin County first.
Okay, that's a good selection. I'm going to stay. I tell you who I really like, his toughness. I saw it on display in the district tournament. Me and you covered 58th district. He's came back to the 15th region, and maybe Gunnar Woods.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna pick him. He's a kid that could have been the top pick.
Yeah, and he's a guy again can offset some of that Chris Spriggs swag.
It is.
Is he a kid from Lawrence County?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just a sophomore.
So, Coach, let me see. I see a lot of.
Yeah.
I see. This is loaded with bigs, but there's one kid that I think is a kid that you cannot pass up on. And I hate to take another big, but I don't want to give you a chance to get him. And I'm going to take 15th region champ Walker Russell.
Well, that was my next pick over, and I thought he might. Yeah, but you said no. He's a rebounding machine. But I'm going to stay. I'm okay with guards as long as they're ballers and they can go. because an event like this, it gets kind of helter skelter. And I tell you who I really like. I'm going to go with Kay Johnson from Shelby Valley, right? Is that? No, that's not.
Where do you see him? I do not.
He's above Braden Bolden.
Them next to there, Kay Johnson and Evan Ball is not confirmed yet.
Okay, so we take those off. Yeah. So I'll tell you what, and he's another. Darryl McCoy calls him a foxhole guy, and I like this young man, and he's tough, and he's a silent assassin. Braden Bolden.
That was my next pick.
You better be hitting some guards, Darryl.
Yep.
He's gonna run you off the floor unless you want to slow it down and play in the paint and coach.
Yeah, we got diverse styles here.
I'm going to let's see. Speaking of guard play, I'm going to. Actually, I'm gonna go with Terry Delaney from Letcher.
Yeah. Mr. Delaney. All right. There's a couple of guys that no-brainers, ladies and gentlemen. They'd be on my draft board right away, but they're coming back from injuries, and you just don't know where they're at. But nevertheless, they're going to be ready to go, and I'm excited to watch them play. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to go with that young man. Nevertheless, I'm excited to watch it. I've said it for a long time. Could be the most underrated 2026 player, and that's Brady Johnson.
He's the one coming back from injury.
He's just had such I don't want to call it bad luck throughout his basketball career the last couple of years.
Now, before we go anymore, that freshman group, who got the last one?
Coach picked first.
It was.
So you got the last one.
Yeah, I got the last one. So, a kid that probably should have been picked top 3, top 4, you're going to end up with. And he was on the back of the page, and we forgot him on there. But you just got a gift from the basketball gods. You get Colin Williamson from Scott.
How about it? Bring him in. Yeah, come on down.
That it's not fair, but
right.
He might have been their best player as a freshman this year.
He's a stud, man. That people's gonna be really surprised when they see this kid play.
Yeah.
So as
Colin will wear white uniforms.
Colin will wear white home uniforms. So he's on Team David, and he will be with Coach against Smith. KJ, find that out here as we move on. I'm going to. I've got to get guards, and I don't know how I can. Oh shoot! I'm gonna go with
Winston Lee.
Yeah, Winston Lee. So that's whose team: Colin Williamson, Team David, Winston Lee, and Coach. We may have to work a trade. You did get one trade. The coaches decide that. I'm going to I'm gonna go with the young man that's finally getting healthy, and I think when he's healthy, this kid may be one of the shockers of the class because rewind 4 or 5 years ago, he was one of the top players, and that's Will Rowe.
Yeah, I know exactly right. Love his work ethic. Love his dad.
Yeah.
He gets it done. I'm going to stay with the guards here, and let's make sure there's 2 Gavin Hamiltons. Gavin Hamilton from.
There's only the one from Valley. Is the only one.
Gavin Hamilton, who's back at Valley.
Yeah, he's
okay.
The one on there.
Yeah, Gavin Hamilton, who was at Letcher.
Yep.
Okay.
That kid can play.
Yeah, he's one of those old school PGs, right?
Yep. He's the one you want on your team. Now that's going to leave me, and I cannot let this go anymore. I'm going with the kid that dropped 50 40 plus a couple times, and that's Devin Maynard from Logan.
Oh my, man.
Lefty.
Yep, got both Devin Maynards.
Sophomore class loaded.
Yep.
This could break records scoring wise.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable. I tell you what, I love this guy. Listen, we covered him. They're hanging from the rafters, ladies and gentlemen, at Norton Elementary, the Pike County Championship, and he was a pivotal part of that Belfry Championship team. He's going to do a little bit of everything. Hunter Hilton.
Yeah. Listen, Hunter, I didn't think you would pick him, so I let him go a little further. He is basketball royalty on Pond Creek, the nephew of J.J. Hilton. He's got a high motor, just a kid that you always want a kid like that on your team.
Absolutely.
That's going to leave me. Eli Smith. And I hope you don't take the next one.
Listen, I probably won't, but here's what I need. I do need another bounder. I need another guy that's going to grab you some boards. And I'm going to go with Connor Rhodes.
There you go. Connor Rhodes.
Jenkins product.
Absolutely. Connor Rhodes, this kid, we've seen him play for many years, but this kid right here, KJ, I've got to have guard play though. No, I tell you, I cannot let a talent like this go. I've got to go ahead and take Benji Atkins.
Yeah.
This is another kid. You talk about solid. You talk about getting it done. And, he's a player. I'm talking about Mr. Reese Norman.
That was the guard I needed, Coach.
He's solid.
I needed him.
Gets it done.
Now, this right here, again, we do got this class and junior, I think we're going to have a couple Huntington Prep kids.
Wow.
Watch
out.
We're not going to pick them yet until we get the names in.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead. I got to get this guard, and I'm going with Wesley Christian guard straight out of Japan, Oki Kasagi.
Oki Kasagi knocking down the tray balls, right?
No, that is Casper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still waiting to see if Casper's going to play in the junior class.
Alan Moore.
Now this kid, listen, this is a kid that's really put in the work this summer, developing just like Gavin Combs.
Yeah.
Same kind of player. Kid, watch out for Martin County. This kid could be one of the steals here. I'm gonna stick with Martin County, and I'm gonna go with a kid that is a 3-ball nightmare, and that's Eli Mills.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I've heard that name.
The second coming of the Blonde Bomb.
I have heard that name a lot. All right, that was actually that might be the sneak, the surprise of the draft. I'm going to go with Zayden Sherrard. Yeah, we had to get him.
I did not think Coach would take him.
He played well at Logan this year.
Well, you took. I cannot believe that.
Yeah. I can't believe he dropped that low.
Yeah, I was waiting.
I knew Coach wouldn't take him, so I thought for sure Coach would take the Letcher County kid.
Yeah.
But one that ain't on there, but I've got to take him to match Zayden Sherrod. I just seen confirmed is Ivan Miller. He's a kid that should have probably went in the top 5. But both of them Logan kids, Coach. Top 5 kids. This Zayden Sherrod.
Yeah.
He's a kid that could compete for player of the game.
That's big time. And Dakota Blackburn from Tulsa. Locking him in.
If you watch this kid play, he's fun to watch. Brian Stacy really likes this kid. Big piece in the future there. And I guess that leaves me the only one, right?
Harrison, right?
Harrison Addington.
That's the sophomore draft, ladies and gentlemen. Long way to go here.
Look at these coaches. People don't realize. Look at the coaches that's coaching this year.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Mike Howard, Casey Huff.
That's insane.
Now, you want to know, everybody says you know, is this showcase, you know, growing every year? Is it continue to be the best? Well, guess what? Look at the coaches that's coaching, and you tell me this ain't the number one showcase, period, in the eastern part of the state,
bar none,
and southern part of West Virginia, ain't close.
Yeah, bar none.
Yeah, so this is the sophomore class. When we come back, we're going to do the girls underclassmen. Come right back and join us here on the D&D Sports Draft Night. We're going to take a 60-second break, and we'll be right back.
Tell them about the uniforms.
Mike Howard's team, collared uniforms. You are the away team. Home team is Casey Huff's team, which is Team David. Make sure you wear your white uniforms. West Virginia kids, we will have jerseys for you, so make sure that when you come, you get up with us so we can get you uniforms. But collared uniforms, Mike Howard, white uniforms, Casey Huff, and it's going to be like that all the way through. Team Darryl will be the away collared uniforms, and Team David will be the white uniforms. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back for the girls underclassmen game here on Draft Night. Back here on Grind Session Draft Night, Kevin Keathley over here to my right, producer KJ on the boards. I'm Darryl McCoy. We got the maestro Thomas Rainey in Washington, D.C. We got David Jones in Little Italy camp. Guys, making sure that everything comes through. Again, guys, if you forgot, if you did commit already and you forgot, make sure you let us know ASAP so we can try to get it on here while we're live. But if not, we will get it directly after.
Jackson Johnson's 7th grade team from May Valley committed, and he didn't get drafted.
Jackson Johnson. Oh yes.
He might be a top pick.
Yeah, the Jackson Johnson.
He goes to you.
Yeah, he goes to me because Coach got. It was all strategy.
Right.
All strategy. The Jackson Johnson will be with Team Darryl collared uniforms. So you will be coached by Mason Hall, Jackson Johnson. So.
All right, Darryl. Who's your coach?
Let's see. We got Megan Huff versus Justin McCoy. Tails, Justin McCoy. Heads, Megan Huff.
You got Megan Huff. And coach?
Heads.
Nope. Darryl got back-to-back.
Oh.
Picks.
There we go.
Man,
Back-to-back number ones for Darryl.
We need that. You're supposed to be cheating. You're on Team Darryl here.
I have been a little bit.
You're on the maestro.
He's starting to watch me now.
So as we sit here again, this has been one of the games that again they are live periods in AAU. So we've had a few that went to do AAU. Hate it because this is a great opportunity for all of them to be seen. And then we also got prom going on.
That's true.
Yeah. So but as we're sitting here looking right now, I got the first pick, and I'm going. I'm gonna go. I've got to. I'm gonna go with Allison Howard.
Christiansburg.
Man, oh man,
Darryl McCoy
going deep into the chess game.
Yeah.
Listen, Allison Howard, she's that type of player that Darryl McCoy. Listen, I know Darryl McCoy as well as anybody. What players he loves. Allison Howard's that type of player. Gritty, tough. She'll knock your head off if you get in her way. She can score it. I love Allison Howard, and Darryl McCoy took her. I thought I was going to be able to get Allison. So Allison goes number 1. Allison Howard. Brandon Kidd will be happy about that. All right. I'll tell you what, I'm going to match somebody, and I'm a big-time fan of this young lady, Reagan Lafferty.
Coach, that would have been my next one.
Floyd Central. And they're similar. Reagan might be a little, might defend a little better. Allison might guard a little better.
I'm sorry, but I've got to do this. I've got to take one of the top scorers in the class. I cannot leave her out there. Callie.
I know you was going. That's my next pick. I was going with Callie.
Yeah.
Justin's mad he didn't get his kid on there.
Yep.
Man. And she's already over 1,000 points.
Yeah, the girl said, "No way."
No, she ain't slipping past me.
Man.
She would. I thought I was going to take her with my first one,
He
but
just-
I knew
yeah.
I was afraid Coach would take Allison. So.
Just man. Wow, Darryl's done a nice job here on the chess game here because that Callie would have been.
2 good guards there, Coach.
Yeah, I tell you who I'm going to go with, and not because I've seen a lot about her, but because I've heard you and I've heard Darryl talk about her and praise her play, and that's Kinley Steele from Logan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You got you a good bid there.
Yes, you did.
But I gotta get guards on the
She was
board.
part of that stacked Logan Middle School team with Micah Adams that ran the table. They just lost 1 game to Huntington East or something like that during the season.
Here, I'm going to. I'm going with no doubt the best rebounder of the bunch. And this girl, I first noticed her. I've never seen this girl play until the ENA showcase. You want to know why it's important to play in events like that? It's because of this, moments like this. I'm going with Amber Stevens from Tulsa.
Amber Stevens. That's a nice get.
Yep.
I'm going to go with. I tell you what, I'm very impressed every time I see her play, and they're going to play well together. Carmen Racky, or as Darryl throws me off sometimes, says Reiki.
Racky, Carmen Racky. She is a she is a stud on Floyd Central's team.
Yeah.
This girl flat gets after so with that, I'm going to go with. I'm gonna go with Gabby Oborn from Russell.
That was my next
Top
pick.
3 players.
Yeah, that was my next pick.
Didn't Russell have a girl run for
Shaylin
basketball?
Steele. Yeah, Shaylin Steele, and then they had Bella Quinn too. Mandy Lane, a heck of a coach up there.
All right. Let's go with. No, I'm gonna have to change that because I need somebody that can get up and down the floor. Candace Compton from Pikeville.
Cadence.
Yeah, Cadence.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Dang, I did not think you would take her that quick. This girl is a bona fide track star.
Yeah, bona fide.
Yeah, you talking about getting up and down the floor. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with another big. I'm gonna go with Hannah Cottle, Ella Hazard.
Mm-hmm.
The coach. I know you rant and raved about Hannah for many years.
Yeah.
Todd Howard, he's got to be happy with this one.
Absolutely. All right. I'm gonna. I picked her earlier. Let's this different earlier draft, junior high. But I'm gonna go with Maddie Collins from Betsy Lane.
Good pick. So with that, I ain't gonna take any time. And this is another girl. Knew nothing about this girl until this past weekend at the E&A Showcase. And I'm telling you, her dad played football at West Virginia from Gilbert, was tight end. I'm going with Jaden Bailey out of Mingo Central.
And she has got some size. She's probably about, I'd say she's over 6 foot right now, girl.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Every bit of it.
She's just a freshman, isn't she?
Yep. And she's versatile. Versatile.
All right. Let's go with Chloe May from Martin County.
That's the Dylan Boyd of girls basketball. She can step out there and she can knock it down at a high rate. You just got a steal there. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with Bailey Hall out of Tug Valley.
Mm-hmm. Tug Valley getting it done this year.
Yep.
You know, this is a young lady that a lot like a Grant Hall, right? Sometimes she steps on the floor, it's like, wait a minute, but then he's like a pit bull. You don't get to let go of your leg. But this young lady also from Pike Central, who is a great teammate, Miss Sydney Snodgrass from Pike Central, Darryl.
Yep. Well, since you went that route, I'm gonna stay with Pike Central and I'm gonna go Lara Stanley.
Yeah. Good player. Let's go. Yeah, let's go Hazard here, and Laura Everidge. Excuse me, Everidge.
Yep. That was one of my next three. Laura Everidge. We was very impressed with her during the season. Here I'm gonna go. I don't want to take much time because I got three of them on my list here. I'm gonna go J.C. Blair out of Chattanooga.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to go with a young lady that has been working her tail off, and she's just a freshman, and she plays for Prestonsburg. Amelia Newsom.
I knew it. I didn't think you would see her down there where the way it's written. I figured she'd stayed on there for a minute. I'm going with Hayden Deskins. It ain't even a question. I don't know how she slipped that far. Out of Tug Valley.
I'm going to keep it. You know what? I'm going to go back to Pike Central and go with Jaden Looney. Oh, yeah, I love Jaden Looney.
Yeah.
Why did I let her slip? Man, oh, man. She's one of those she's a 50-50 type player. She'll go get you boards,
I love
steals.
Jaden Looney's game. Love her. You just got a steal there. And with that, I'm going to go with Maddie Archer out of Lawrence County.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, this girl's fun to watch, Coach. You talking about a girl that she does not quit. Effort is on a premium with her.
Charity Mounts from Phelps.
Charity Mounts. So that will, if you got Charity Mounts, I'm going to go. Are there only one left?
I have two. Eva Monroe and Carissa Bradford.
I'm going to go with Carissa Bradford.
Yeah, Coach Monroe.
There it is. Underclassmen girls.
Bradford. And again, we got a couple more that we're waiting to confirm on this. So there could be two more, and could be two of the girls that could have been the top pick.
Right.
So this is Megan Huff will wear your collared uniforms. Justin McCoy will wear your home white uniforms. Team David is Justin McCoy. Team Darryl, Megan Huff. Collared uniforms will be Megan Huff. White uniforms, Justin McCoy. Guys, make sure you try to get there an hour before your tip time. Tip time for this game this is the early game, 9 a.m. on Sunday morning. Look forward to seeing each and every one of you girls. We know, Coach, a load of talent, and every one of these girls are hungry to make their name, and they're going to do it right in front of a ton of college scouts. And they're going to also get all the media outlets in the mountains will be paying attention, making sure that they know who the next big star is as you're going to perform in the best mountain showcase in the mountains. We'll be right back as we're going to jump over to the junior class 2025 class. Come right back and join us here in 60 seconds here on the D&D Sports Network. Guys, we are back here at Glenn Martin Hammond's office. If you're in it for the win, call Glenn. Glenn Martin Hammond will get you the outcome you're looking for and a judgment you deserve. As we are sitting here, this segment is sponsored by our good friends at Solid Rock Development, Willie Crace Construction. So, guys, we had one confirmed that we left off, and Coach, you again, the basketball gods blessed you, Bailey Norman.
Man.
So you get Bailey Norman after screwing me on the first pick. So that is not fair. But listen, she is long, lanky. You will really enjoy this girl. She defends from the get-go, like all game long. She defends.
It's gonna be a good game.
Her home white
uniforms. So this brings us to the 2025 junior group, and we are working on a couple right now to see if they're coming and playing, because we got a couple really big names in this class we're still trying to confirm, so bear with us here. But these coaches, Coach, you want to know why this is the biggest showcase?
Yeah.
What other showcase in the junior game is going to get Matthew Perry and Jeff Honeycutt?
Wow. Two of the very best.
Yeah, so I'm going to go Matthew Perry, tails, Jeff Honeycutt, heads.
And you get Jeff Honeycutt.
Hey, listen. Yeah.
Coach,
You ready for listen, tails. Don't do me wrong.
Darryl, pick again.
Man, oh man. On a roll here as we hit the closing in on that midnight hour.
And this one here, fooled me once. You're not gonna fool me again. I'm gonna go with the reigning MVP of this game. I'm gonna go with Jackson Estridge.
Oh man. I was gonna sneak him in. I was gonna pick him first and rip your heart out.
You done it last year.
Right,
And
I
luckily
did.
the coaches traded
Yeah.
and traded Peyton Davis for Jackson. So
You ain't letting him out this year.
No, I'm not letting. And listen, the kids proved that he's top pick in the class. I mean, we're waiting to see on the other ones, but the confirmation, coach, he put in the work and deserved to be number one pick.
You're right. He's been putting in work. If you've not been tuned in, number one pick, Jackson Estridge. Listen, he was up working today. I'm at the just a quick. I know it's 11. What does it matter if we're here at 3 a.m? But I'm at the Knott County Sportsplex because Prestonsburg Gym is shut down all week, getting ready for prom. So we got to figure out where we got to go. So we're at Knott County, and who comes in? Oh yeah, Jackson Estridge, not far behind. You ain't gonna outwork that kid, and he was there ready to go. So that's a deserving pick. But here's what I got to do. Now that he's off the board, I got to get serious, and I got to go guard play. And I'm going between two people here. But what I want to go with is a guy that can play the 1 or 2.
I didn't get a picture of that.
Yeah. Okay, so I got to go with the guy that can play the 1 or 2. And I've watched him play 6-7 times, and I always come away, that guy's he's solid. No matter if you put him at the 1, you play him at 2. Darryl really likes him. He was a D&D elite guy, Matt Hatfield.
You're taking this is a high level guard.
Yeah.
Very high level. He can play multiple positions.
Right.
He even played the 5 at Mingo Central at times.
Yeah.
And this here, I've got to. It sucks. I'm torn. This is one you want to get your guards, and there's a couple stud guards in this class, and normally people knows that I love this kid. But I've got to go with Peyton Davis.
Peyton Davis.
He's getting you back for the line now.
Hey, he's a blonde bomber, a player. What do we call it, Darryl? The Lathan Hall.
Yeah, Lathan Hall
Award candidate. Love Peyton. He was on an Alice Lloyd visit this morning, Darryl McCoy.
Yep, he got offered by KCU, got offered by Alice Lloyd.
Unbelievable.
Yep,
just a junior.
It's really picking up.
Yeah, Peyton Davis, good pick. I'll tell you what, because again, I'm just a guard guy. I am, and I'm gonna go with your guy, Cameron Pente.
I knew I should have because I thought I could get them both.
Yeah, I know you did.
I thought for sure I was gonna be able to get them both. Actually, I just pulled the okey doke on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't want him to take the monster in the middle. EB.
That's who I was going with next. That's who I was going with next. But I tell you what, I tell you somebody right now, listen right now, ladies and gentlemen, I've said this. Me and Darryl's talked behind the scenes. This guy could be a sleeper for 2025 Player of the Year. I believe Eli Stewart.
Listen, Eli Stewart might be the best shooter. Him and Dylan Boyd are probably the two best pure shooters in the region.
Yeah.
I mean, they're that good. That leaves I'm going to again. Sherrod ain't on that. So, oh shoot! I can't let him go anymore. I'm going with Jake Sloan.
Jake the Snake.
Yeah.
Listen,
I did not see him there. But I'm glad I didn't. I can't believe that's a D&D Mountain Elite team.
That is, and Jake Sloan, ladies and gentlemen, when Pike Central was on the ropes, they wouldn't have in their best game. Let's just be honest. Against Johnson Central, you know who kept them afloat? Jake Sloan in that region tournament.
Yeah.
Had his unbelievable game, 19 points, and got it done. But I tell you who I'm going to go with. You got to go with this young man. I'm going to go with Connor Napier from Prestonsburg.
I was hoping that I would continue so you got two D&D Mountain Elite. Players.
We've got a 58th district, Pente and Napier there.
Yeah. Well, with that, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with a 6'8" forward out of West Side, Austin Bishop.
Mm.
You're getting some size on you, Coach.
He is, but I tell you what. When I add this young man into the mix, you better listen. You better talk a little transition defense with your team, Darryl McCoy, because I'm adding this young man with Matt and Pente. Yeah, I'm going with Cam Blevins from Chapmanville.
Oh no, he's a senior.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, he's a senior.
I was excited about that.
Yeah, he got the fastest guard in the thing, didn't you?
Man, oh man. Okay, I'll tell you who I'm going to go with. He's another guy that's slept on, and if I'm not mistaken, if I got this young man correct, I'm going with Braden Eastep.
Yeah, the Allen Martin guy.
Yeah, he's a young man that I hear a lot of good things about.
Well, with that, I've got to have guard play, and I'm going to take one. He's one of the top scorers in the region, and a lot of people didn't realize this. And that kid's fun to watch. I'm going with Carter Down.
That was my next one because he can hit that 3 ball.
Yeah.
Aiden Hayes.
That's a versatile forward. Again, another D&D Mountain Elite guy.
Yeah.
The Aiden Hayes, coach, that'll be one of your biggest surprises out of Jenkins. The kid got the ability to be player of the game. So I'm going. I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Jason McCoy out of Letcher. No, take that back. Wait, let's see what I got here. Yeah, I'm going with Jason McCoy out of Letcher.
You know one thing about McCool, and we've watched them, Darryl, is they are physically and mentally tough because of their former coach.
His players, all of them seem to be the same player.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're all same time. Like if you play for him, you better dribble, you better be able to shoot, you better be able to defend.
And you better be tough.
Yep.
Let's go with. Let's go. Let's go with Carter Castle.
Now Carter Castle. Pick somebody else because
Okay.
we're waiting to see
Okay.
if he's medically cleared.
All right, I'll go with. I'll tell you what. Let's go with Jacob Breeding.
Again, you got another lights out shooter. Another D&D guy.
Yeah, that's right.
The Johnson Central sharpshooter, and this one here, I cannot believe that you did not pick this kid, but knowing his game, I'm gonna end up getting a ton of forwards, but I can't let him go anymore. Because you're gonna feel stupid whenever I say his name. Braxton Terry out of Breathitt County.
Oh, wow! Wow! That guy. We talk about Sperry, but was he not a difference maker?
Yes, he was.
Oh man, I let him go. How did that happen? Man, I fell asleep on that one. David Jones, Coach Jones, gonna get all over. Gonna jump all over me. I'm gonna go with Eli Bradley.
Eli Bradley. Where are we at here, Coach?
Looks like we've got.
Solid pick there. Now, trying to.
Looks like we're down to 5 picks.
Even these out here. I'm trying to give you a little bit of size. So there's one I'm wanting to take, but I'm gonna try to leave you a little bit of size there. But I'm going to go with Gabe Atkins out of Phelps.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's go with Bryson Blankenship.
That's what I was hoping. He's a 6'7" kid out of West Side.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bishop kid's 6'1".
Is it Bishop 6'1" and then he's a 6'7" kid?
Blankenship's, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I always get them two mixed up. Shoot, I don't even know how to let this kid go. Ethan Dawes out of Man.
And that leaves Lucas Sloan from Letcher.
That leaves Lucas Sloan and Caden Porter out of Mingo.
Yeah, that's right. Caden Porter. I'm going to go with Lucas Sloan from Letcher.
Lucas Sloan was the leading scorer in this game last year. Lucas Sloan, and then that leaves me, Caden Porter. And again, coaches get one trade. If you want to trade, you reach out. We can either facilitate it, or you can reach out to the other coach, and we can get the trade happening for you if there's a trade that you want to talk about. But one trade is possible. Again, Matthew Perry out of Bath County will coach the junior group for Team Darryl. Jeff Honeycutt will coach the junior group for Team David, which is Coach Keathley, Team David, and then Team Darryl is headed by Matthew Perry with producer KJ and the maestro Thomas Rainey. So as we're going to take a real quick direct break, we'll be right back with the upperclassmen girls, and then we'll finish with the senior boys. Come right back and join us, guys. A ton of big names left in this draft. office. You're watching draft night here on the grind session. Coach, as always, this runs into the midnight hour as we're finishing up the last two classes. This segment is brought to you by South Steakhouse. South Steakhouse, the pound for pound, the #1 restaurant in Pikeville, Kentucky. Go hit them up, Coach. Sal's restaurant.
You better believe it. No, it don't get any better.
So this here, the golden game is.
This is your girls' last one, seniors.
Yeah, this is girls.
Junior, seniors.
Junior and seniors here. So as we finish this one out, this is going to be two of the top coaches. Coach Perry had unbelievable years, both of them. Was down to the Final Four in their area, and we're going to go with Christina Gore out of Chapmanville. That will be heads, and Jim Hicks will be tails. So
you got Gore.
I got Gore. Christina Gore.
All right.
Beat you last 4
Hey,
times on #1.
tails.
Darryl got it again.
My goodness. What has happened here?
Darryl's #1 again.
Wow.
He's taking over, Coach.
He has.
Now, this one's tough. I'm going to.
Junior, senior girls here, ladies and gentlemen. Showcase.
Coach, I'm going to go with Lakin Williams.
That's a good pick.
Out of Martin County.
Lakin Williams is a commit to Morehead State, Darryl.
Yep. There's another girl on this list that got committed to D1 that nobody knows about yet, but
Lakin's going to play for
another D1 guard.
Lakin's going to play for my former boss, Kaylee Petrie.
Yep.
That's going to be fun. Exciting times. Lakin's going to have a good time at Morehead. You said another D1 signee on here, Darryl. Is that what you said?
Yep. Showed out in the region tournament, in the region finals game. An elite defender.
So I mean, my pick's going to be. I won't go unless it's something crazy. I'm going to go with Miss from Johnson Central, Miss Becca Wright.
There you go.
Lockdown defender.
Yep. An elite defender. So make sure you don't pick Prater. I gotta go. I can't not pick Riley Joe.
That's was my next pick.
Yeah.
Riley Joe.
Walking double.
Yeah, can do a little bit of everything. But again, I'm a guard guy, and this young lady, been impressed with her. Jalea Warren from Belford.
Jalea Warren, listen, at that showcase, ENA showcase, Jalea Warren went off. Coach, she played about every single game.
Right.
She's one that definitely one that you got to keep an eye on. And I'm going to continue with great guard play and what may be the most underrated girl in the region. Is Hannah May from Pike Central.
Hannah May led the state in free throw percentage.
Yep.
That's a big time accomplishment. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to go with the heart and soul, and I truly believe that, ladies and gentlemen. Pikeville been dominant the last few years. You talk about Kara Thornsberry, you talk about Trinity Rowe, but this is the one that kept it all together. And if you're a Pikeville fan, you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Riley Tice from Pikeville.
Coach, you really took one of my favorites.
Yeah, you listen, me and you both. She's a competitor.
Listen, Riley Tice is she's the girl that you need to combat Riley Joe Compton. She will hang and bang with the best of them. Let's see. That will. I'm gonna go with Addie Amick out of Logan.
Yeah.
Listen, when you talk a very special guard, Coach. This girl, remember her name. Remember I told you that.
She's a baller.
Yeah.
Darryl, if anybody knows, Darryl does. West Virginia side, he's got it covered. And I'm going to go with from Paintsville. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, gets overlooked sometimes. KK Vanoy.
Yep. That
Big
was a
fan.
huge pick, Coach.
Big fan of hers.
Continuing with great guard play. So. I'm going to continue while we got going with the guard theme, and I'm going. Kaylee Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she listen. What did you call that when they a hairpin trigger? Yeah. Oh, she's got one, ladies and gentlemen.
She absolutely does, Coach. She does not care to fire that thing.
I tell you what. Listen, I've got three I want to go with to kind of fit what I'm trying to do here, but I'm going to go with Haley Dameron from Betsy Lane.
Well, Coach. The Haley Dameron may be the best mid-range game of all the girls. That's going to, I can't let her go anymore, and I got to get Coach Gore, Lara Evans.
Yeah, good player.
Yep, really good player.
All right, I'm going to, because I believe I can get this young lady on the next pick. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, a lot like our girl from Prestonsburg, Allison Howard. She's kind of the same type of, I'm going to go with Lacey Hall from Betsy Lane.
Well, you taking her, and I'm taking the one that you just said that you thought you could get, and see if I read your mind.
Got Ashley Tackett coming, right?
Yeah.
That's a good pick. She's another junkyard dog.
Yep.
She'll battle you.
That's it. Give me them. They're Foxo players.
All right, I got to go back when you talk about when things start mixing and matching and coaches are trying to win games, and games on the line. Oh, never mind, Darryl McCoy. I fell asleep on that one. I was excited. I thought she was well. Katie Markham from Martin County.
Listen, Katie Markham, Coach, one of the most dominant bigs that, she was one that got slept on. People didn't realize, again, another, just like Riley did, she was a walking double too, Katie Markham.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to, man, there's a lot of good players left here. I'm going to go. There she is. Alyssa Allen. Coach might be the best. With Becca Wright, the two best defenders.
Yeah, she guards well.
Yeah, the two best defenders maybe in the region in them two.
I agree with that. All right. Paige Dameron from Letcher.
That was a great pick. And I'm going to go. I hate to do this to them, but I'm going, and I don't know how we let her slip that long, but I'm going with Taylor McKenzie.
You kidding me?
I didn't even, be honest with you, I didn't even see her, or she would have been took probably at 4 if I would have seen her, but the way it's got it marked out ahead, and so
Taylor's a top 5 or 6 pick in this thing. She's that good. That's the unbelievable get there. Taylor McKenzie. All right, I'm going to go with Mosby from Logan.
He'll love her one.
Bam Mosby.
That's my girl. I can't believe you took her. I thought for sure you'd leave her set for another round. She was going to be my next one. So with that, I'm going to stick with Logan, and I'm going to go with Haley Krause.
Back-to-back picks representing Logan, and that leaves Daisy Farley from Chapmanville.
You got still there.
And oh man,
It used to be a Logan Road.
I didn't even see Daisy on there. Where'd you see her?
that player pool.
You got. Let's see. Now, is that all?
That's it.
Okay, so what we will do, that leaves me with the next pick. We're still waiting to see if Kiara Thornsberry's playing. If she plays, she will be on
Darryl's
Team Darryl, which will be Kristen Gore.
Right.
So and one thing we do want to remind people, guys, is in this game, if you play, now this game won't matter, but if you're in the underclassmen game, if you play and you're the player of the game, you will have an option of playing up in the next game. So player of the game gets rewarded by possibly getting another game. So if you're in 6th grade player of the game, you'll get a chance to play in the 7th grade, and so on. So Team Darryl, Kristen Gore will wear the collared uniforms. Team David, Jim Hicks will wear the home white uniforms, guys. So white, collared. Make sure that you remember that, guys. If you don't have a uniform, we will help you get one, but make sure, West Virginia, we will get yours, but make sure that you get up with your coach and get your uniform so you can be represented and represent your school one more time in this showcase. So as we're moving on here, we're going to take a 60-second break, and we'll be here for the final draft. The seniors, the big boys, come right back and join us here on the Grind Session Draft Night Special. Back here at Glenn Martin Hammond's office as we're closing in on the midnight hour. Kevin Keathley, producer KJ, Darryl McCoy, we got the maestro Thomas Rainey, David Jones, the other D, Team David, Team Darryl, and we are drafting right now for the 2024 showcase. This is the senior game. Before we move any further, Coach pulled the okey doke again on you. And I did not see her on there. But basketball gods benefit my way would have been my second pick, Coach. Team Darryl, Kristen Gore. gets Michaela Stacy out of Wayne.
Wow, that's big time.
That actually falls in his favor a little bit too. If Kira Thornberry comes, he gets
That's
it.
true.
Yeah,
That's right.
Well, let's hope one more commits for then. But no, that should be it. But as we're doing, Michaela Stacy will be Team Darryl, coached by Kristen Gort. She will wear collared uniforms. So make sure you guys and now and I'm telling you, if you've not seen Coach, she will be the story.
Yeah.
High motor. When you got Riley Tice, this would have been the girl that I combated Riley Tice with.
Big time get.
Yeah. So.
And she's about 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah. She's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Fun girl to watch. So this brings us to the senior game, which will be Scott Castle versus Hoopy Williamson. KJ, as you know, both of these coaches, both of them, one at a high level, took both their teams to the state tournament, and so one of us is going to get a really good coach here. So, Tails, I'm going to go with Hoopy, Heads, Scott Castle.
You got Scott Castle.
Scott Castle.
And the first pick is...
Let's go Tails.
Coach is calling Tails again. And Coach got first pick.
Got one. Got one.
Dang it. Best 2 out of 3.
All right, listen, Darryl's going to be happy because I'm going to throw a curveball on this one. Because this kid is my type of guy, my type of player. And ultra skilled, transition, half court, can do a little bit of everything, can defend. Oh, yeah. Give me the number 1 pick from Floyd Central, Braden Moore.
Oh. They shoot. Yeah, you did get me in a jam here. Well, this has got me in a big jam.
I botched in Darryl McCoy.
Yeah, you did.
You know which one you got to take to match that one. You can't go no other route because you can't let him pick that second.
Yeah, I can't, and I got to make it happen. I got to go with 15th Region Player of the Year, Aiden Barnett.
Yeah, and playing with his coach one more time.
Yeah,
only fitting.
What a good story.
That route and let Coach pick up Aiden and Braden. Coach.
Yeah, that'd be tough. But my next pick, and I normally wouldn't do this, but because it's such a difference maker, is Charlie Fitzer.
I knew it.
Yeah, I had to play a little chess with Darryl there.
That's why I said coin flip was going to be more important in that one than any of them.
Yeah.
I think you went good there, Coach, because if you'd went that other one, he'd have probably picked Fitzer, but now you get a really great guard and a pick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with a big, and we're gonna rewind the 15th Region Championship. I'm going with Jacob Sturgill.
Yeah, that was a good pick. He can play inside out. Can't stop him going downhill.
No. Now, you got 2. Imagine both of them.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Sturgill can pull Fitzer out from the rim too.
Yeah. But Fitzer also can erase anything that comes down low.
I want to go this route, but I'm feeling good about this young man. I've seen him play a few times. Didn't get the fanfare that I thought he would get this year, but I like that wing, and that's Julius Clancy.
Well, you just made Hoopie's day.
Lefty, can get it done, athletic.
Well, I'm glad you went that way because I'm going to have Eli Johnson playing against Fitzer.
Or playing alongside.
Yeah.
Or no, playing against Fitzer, yeah. That's a good pick. Yeah. I could go there. I don't think you're going to go that route, so I tell you what, I'm going to go with another sleeper. But in a game like this, you got to have a guy that can go get you buckets and is going to be efficient. And he was the most efficient player for the Bitsy Lane Bobcats this year, and that's Tanner Hall.
Tanner Hall, the good pick there. The Tanner Hall, he is a scorer. He can get up and down the floor, and him and Braden Moore once played together.
Yeah.
They will play together again.
That's a good point.
So this one right here, this kid, I love his game, and a lot of people around here are going to be surprised at this pick, but I've got to take him to combat some of your size, and I'm going with Jason Ellis out of Boyd County.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. High motor, the kid can get the job done on the boards.
We've mentioned him several times. I tell you what, Powell County, Jack Rose. Need that young man.
Yep. Jack Rose, that's a huge get, Coach.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would probably went there next. Let's see, Jason Ellis, Eli Johnston, third.
I think you go here, Darryl, that really fast point guard we was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I do need a pick, a point, and I was actually thinking about that. When you said that. So.
And that's all-star material right there.
Yep.
The style of play.
Yep.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. Man. All right. I tell you what, listen, this young man, his offensive
cool too. He's senior for later.
His offensive game throughout the year, he started taking on more of a scoring load. Me and you talked about this live when we covered their games. Defensively, maybe the best on-ball defender that we cover, right? Could be. There's a couple other guys in there. But Jackson Hamilton from Breathitt County.
That great pick. Love Jackson Hamilton's game, Coach. A lot of people don't realize that this is why games like this is awesome for kids like him to play in, because he could walk out there with an offer.
Yeah.
You know, we've had 3 instances in the past where kids have got offers. We have one instance where a kid flipped
live
college right there. Yeah. So
Junior girl.
Junior. Okay. So McCoy's not on there, Coach. I'm going to. Oh shoot! I've got to give Scott Castle another present here.
Yeah.
Zane Whitaker.
Yeah.
That's probably gonna leave Coach to take it.
All right. I was debating between the Whitakers and someone else earlier, but I'm going to flip it a little bit because I love his mentality. He's a gamer, and another on-ball defender, Darryl, that can all of a sudden he's stroking it, right? And I'm talking about Mr. Ethan Salyers. Right?
Yep. Where is Ethan at on here?
He's below Tanner Hall.
Okay, Ethan Salyers. You got that right there is going to give, if anybody knows how to defend Scott Castle team at 10.
Right.
I'm going to go here with, there's still 3 elite shooters in this class. But I'm going to go. I'm going to take one of them here, Ethan Thomason, Mingo Central.
That's a good one.
Commit.
Yes, sir. Mingo Central.
He can shoot.
Yep.
All right, and this is where I saw this young man last year, and had a chance to watch him 3 times up close and personal this year. But he really performed well in an all-star type environment. So I'm going to pick this young man, Nick the Quick Knox.
I did not think he was going to grab him. I was waiting. I thought I could get 2 more in before you took him.
Yeah.
The Debbie Barnstar Allen says, what grades the seniors, the girls, is mixed with the juniors. That's the upperclassmen game. There's 2 There's an underclassman, freshman, sophomore, upperclassman, junior, senior on the girls. Now this is senior boys, and coach. Let's see, Thomason. What kind of guard? Oh yeah, I got it. Not even. I'm going with Nathan Prick guard Isaiah Smith.
Come on, Darryl.
Former Chapman, right?
Yep.
Man,
State champ.
that's a good one.
Yep.
Well, I don't lose either way on any of these because no matter who you go with, I can still get who I want on this, and that's so. I'm going to go with Peyton Dixon.
Now, coach picked somebody else.
Okay. We don't
Peyton
know.
will be there,
but we don't know.
We're not sure about medically cleared yet.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
You will take him, but
okay.
Just
he'll be on the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll put him last because I'm waiting to see his medical clearance.
All right. I still feel good that I can get this other young man. So I'm going to go with Blake Maynard.
Blake Maynard is a kid that, listen, this kid, when he gets an opportunity, he's going to shine.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a kid that can score. He can play defense. Love this kid.
Mm-hmm.
He just played on a loaded roster.
That's right.
That's going to take. Now, I've never seen this kid, but I'm hearing tales that this kid could be 6'9", 6'10", 7 foot. Somewhere in that range. I know it's a big range difference.
Right.
I'm going to go with Mo Rennie.
Oh, man. You snuck a ringer in here.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Mo Rennie out of Bath County.
Yeah, out of Bath County. 6'8", 6'9", could be 7 foot.
Not eligible this year.
Man.
He played a couple games.
Because you didn't take this young man, I can still go get this other one, I believe. So, listen, I'm going to let them play together one more time. And I'm going to go with Ronnie Sammons. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, that's surprising, right?
Yeah.
I
thought
honestly,
for sure Darryl got him up there. That's Darryl's man.
I didn't see him on there. He's my type of player.
Yeah.
He's the old guy at the YMCA.
Yeah.
That's gonna. I'm gonna get the gang back together again, and I can't let this go no further because I cannot believe you let this go any further. But I'm going with Grayson Williams.
All right. So I didn't think you was going to go with Grayson, but I tell you who I'm going to go with. That listen, you know quite a bit about, right? And I know enough about that. I want Sam Miller.
Another sharpshooter. KJ, is there? Could be. He's probably top 2, top 3 in our West Virginia Commentators shooter, sniper. Man, that was a huge get. Oh shoot. This ain't even a question here. Let's see. Make sure I ain't got too much size. That's normally not a problem. Who do you got here? Coach, I've got to. Man, I hate to leave this kid to you because it is. I cannot believe that this kid. I didn't even see his name there, and but I got a ton of size. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got one big, right?
Yeah.
And I got 4. Yeah. I'm
Well,
gonna
Blake,
do you a favor here.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let you have what should have been a top 3, top 4 pick was the big fella out of Ashland, Nate Freeze. But I'll leave him for you. And
well, Blake's considered. We run Blake at the post as well.
And I forgot about Blake. Yeah. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with a kid that there's probably nobody in this room knows him but me and Coach, because I guarantee you nobody else has seen this kid play. But he's also a big. He's not as big as Nate, but I'm going with Braxton Jett out of Jackson City.
Yes, 6'7".
Yep.
Yes, yeah, that's a good one. And he had a good year. But you're right, Nate Freeze.
Yeah. And listen, I hate that you ended up with him because he was going to be my top 3 pick. And then whenever I got to looking, when you went with Fitzer, it threw me all off my game. And I was like, I got to try to get a guy that can bring him away from the basket. And it threw me off. But listen, this Nate Freeze kid, this kid will be one of the surprises of the showcase.
Just like the kid from Ashland last year coming in and surprised everybody.
Yeah, raced the board.
He's probably the best player on the floor.
Oh my goodness, man.
He got an offer.
And he, let me tell you, Casey, you got to steal.
I thought he was D1.
Oh, he's D1 attributes. Oh my goodness, yeah. Big time fan.
Yeah. So Nate Freeze could be back-to-back shockers for Matt Region. So that left me with Talon Sorrell out of Bath County. And is that it?
McCoy? Do we have McCoy?
No, he's on junior. We got him on junior.
All right, that does it. Yeah.
That does it. So, man, look at this class, Coach. You got Braden Moore versus Aiden Barnett, Fitzer, Sturgill, rematch. Eli Johnson, Julius Clancy, Jason Ellis, Tanner Hall, Cam Blevins, Jack Rose, Zane Whitaker, Jackson Hamilton, Thomason, Salyers, Isaiah Smith, Nick Knox, Mo Rennie, Blake Maynard, Grayson Whitaker, Ronnie Salmons, Braxton Jett, Sam Miller, Talon Sorrell, and Nate Freeze.
Oh, my.
This is a loaded game. This is going to be fun to watch.
You better believe it. Midnight hour hits, and listen, it didn't get any better than the senior.
No, it ended on a high here. So, guys, we got a couple more that were that's messaging that was left off that either was on the back page of ours or that didn't get written down. But if you committed and your name wasn't called, message us ASAP so we can hurry and get it lined out which team you're on. But Coach, a great weekend of basketball in store at Jenkins, Kentucky.
Darryl McCoy, you've been with us from start to finish, ladies and gentlemen. This is what this all D&D Sports Network, the coverage, you know them intimately. Nobody, you know them just like their household names now. But this is what it's like the WrestleMania.
Coach, just got breaking news. We got 2 sophomores. I'm not going to tell you who they are.
Okay.
All right. KJ's going to flip a coin.
Okay.
All right. Tails, I get C.
Come on.
Heads, you get. I get E.
All right.
Okay. Tails, I get C. Heads, I get E.
What's the Ethan Couch?
That is tails.
I get Carter Parsons. You get Ethan Hammond.
There we go.
So there we go in the underclassmen game. Listen, Carter Parsons, Coach, would have been maybe top pick.
He'd been right up there. He had a really good sophomore year.
Yeah, he'd have been top 3 for sure.
Yeah.
And I really needed a guard, so I'm glad. And you needed a big, so it worked out well. So guys, I cannot wait for this, guys. This is going to be a fun weekend. Damian Johnson says can't wait to host the D&D Mountain Classic. Once again, Jenkins Independent said it will be a great weekend. And listen, Damian couldn't be a better host.
No.
Yeah, Damian is unbelievable, and we do this for the city of Jenkins. More people visit Jenkins on this weekend than probably any other weekend of the year.
Well, you're going to have it all weekend long. Families, friends coming into Jenkins, Kentucky, right into Jenkins High School, and it's going to be a big time event. Always is. This is my one of my favorite events to cover, and from daylight to dark, we'll be there, Darryl McCoy.
Another draft night special. Again, guys, don't forget, here in a couple of weeks, we may have Coach Pope on the show, Coach.
Man, oh, man.
What do you think about that?
That's big time.
Yeah, big time. And we also, guys, make sure that you guys stay tuned in. We will, the week after this, soon as it's over next Wednesday, we will have a grind session special where we will recap all the comings and goings of the weekend, let you know the kids that shine, the kids that, we will do a 2-hour long special we get you caught up in the first couple segments, but then we're going to talk about the kids that showed out and the kids that really impressed us over this Mountain Showcase weekend. Guys, I want to thank all the coaches. Coach, you could not pick a better roster of coaches.
Listen, when you look at other all-star events and you look around and say,
Mountain Showcase.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's the Mountain Showcase this year. Listen, just coaches alone separates this event. You're not going to want to go anywhere. You're going to want to stay tuned in from Saturday all the way through Sunday evening. It's going to be the best of the best, coaches and players.
Yeah, I mean, I could not believe the coaches that signed up, the head coaches that's coaching freshmen and sophomores, just to be a part of this special event and give back. You know, that's awesome. And then, and that's the other thing, you're going to benefit because you're going to be coached by great coaches.
Yeah.
You know, relationships are going to be made. Again, guys, Scott Castle's team, Team Darryl, will wear your collared away uniforms. Hoopy Wimpson will wear your home white uniforms. Make sure, guys, you remember that. West Virginia kids, we got you covered on uniforms. Do not bring your uniform because you cannot wear them. Now, Isaiah Smith, you can wear yours, your Huntington Prep uniform.
Can the senior West Virginia kids wear the uniform?
Oh, yes, the seniors can. So, guys, mark that.
Yeah.
Seniors can wear your uniforms. So, you want to wear them one more time, and so make sure you bring your uniforms because that's what it's all about, repping that school one more time and a chance to get a scholarship and show off your talents, make sure people get that lasting impression. So, collared uniforms, Scott Castle's team, Team Darryl, and Team KJ and Maestro, and then Coach Keathley, Team David, Hoopy Wimpson represents it. We'll wear the white uniforms. Remember that, guys. Guys, as the week goes on Saturday, 6th grade at 12, 7th at 2, girls middle school is at 4, and then at 6 o'clock will be the 8th grade game. Moving over to Sunday, you will have Friday, or 9 a.m., you'll have the girls' underclassmen game. The freshman game will be at 11. The sophomore will be at 1. The junior will be at 3. The girls' upperclassmen game will be at 5. And the senior game will be at 7. Guys, want to remember, everybody, prom night this weekend. Be safe. Make sure you guys be safe on prom night. We want to make sure you're there and have a good performance, have a fun time on prom night. And then we also, before we leave, we want to ask people to pray for Tay Thomas out of Ashland. Terrible accident, and just please, he needs your prayers bad. Noah Cross family out of Pond Creek, and then Katrina Evans out of Pond Creek. Please make sure you remember them three in your prayers, guys. Guys, that wraps up another night here from Glenn Martin Hammond's office on the grind session. Draft night special.